So hello guys, and welcome to the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. This is your October tournament here from Project Chaos for StarCraft 2. And my name is Dax. Here I am yet again. It's been a month. And has it been a half? No, it's just been more or less a month since we've done the September challenge. Now we're here in the October invasion, and it seems like we're getting bigger and better here into our bracket. I cannot wait to get into some EU action yet again with 50 euros on the line. I haven't said that currency in so very long, but yeah, 50 euros on the line right there. First place gonna have 35 euros, second place with 15, and instead of just 8 players, we even have 10 people into our bracket. So amazing stuff here from Project Chaos Esports. Yet again, guys, check out our socials right there. They keep flashing around onto my right side. We're on Instagram, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're live on Twitch as well. We do have a Twitter, and there is an official website. So whatever you need from Project Chaos, you gotta check out the socials right there. But this is your October Invasion. And when I look at the bracket right now, seems like we have some returning faces to start things off. We have our top three back. Jeros, Killermon Yas, as well as Fate, looking for another crown, looking for a revenge from one another. And here we also see some good stalwarts into the EU scene. Seems like we got some German representatives here, and now between Beastmarks and Gum Gum Rupee, looking into some of the others here. Master K gonna be back. There's East Toss, we got James Baxter, we got Marsmans, and we got 4 Jumi as well. So I love this roster already. I love this upcoming game, and I love what we're seeing here from the October Invasion. So guys, quick little background though on Project Chaos. Here we are trying to do as many games as possible, and StarCraft 2 is one of them. Even though we've had some pretty sad news recently about SC2, we'll be keeping on going as far as this train can go, because here we are at Project Chaos, very, very passionate about the game, passionate about the community, and passionate about every single scene that we can support. Double elimination, though, means that if you are out of the tournament, then that means you have lost twice. Once in the upper bracket, once in the lower bracket. Unless you make it all the way to grand finals, then that means that's just going to be it for you. Best of 3 in all our matches except the grand finals, which will be a best of 5 to keep it quick, clean, and efficient. And the first thing you gotta notice, guys, is our map pool now is very, very different from before. The latest season has come on up. Literally, I just blinked and I was like, oh, we got new maps. So we got Yaganata, Lightshade, Oxide, and Romanticide all together here with our returning maps, Death Aura, Pillars of Gold, and Submarine. All the ladder editions, of course, pretty much these are the maps that our players are accustomed to into their season, into their grind, into becoming some of the best players in the scene itself. So overall, this October invasion really is an invasion due to the fact that we are going to be getting a whole new set of maps into this one. And I cannot wait, because I think it's going to be the first tournament I will cast with the new map set. It's been hard to follow the new map set because you do have to look into some of the other regions. I'm mostly a GSL kind of guy. And as of the moment, where I'm just quickly making sure that the map is fine on my end. There you go. No problem. We are good to go. So our first matchup will be our third placer from before, Fate of EESC versus James Baxter. I know I've heard that name before, but at the same time, it feels like this James Baxter here is looking to represent and looking to show us how it's done. He's kind of unknown. I've been trying to Google things, but unfortunately, all I'm ending up with is someone else, someone a little famous. So besides that, it is what it is. Yaganata, though, gonna be our first map of the session. And apparently, the funny thing about Yaganata is it is a map that was designed alongside Twitch chat, said in the description. So when you look at a map like this, it really goes to show that community has had its hand, and we are going to be looking to see what Fate and James Baxter are going to be up to into this one. But this is the October Invasion, and when you think about the October Invasion, it really goes to show that this is going to be a spooktacular session. Out of nowhere, you're going to get some screams, you're going to be able to get some great games as well here at Project Chaos. And of course, guys, we are inviting you to all our socials. Follow us there, and then we've done tournaments in Valorant as well as SC2. We're looking to expand into more, and you might see a few favorites here and there that you were just playing casually, some games that have gone free to actually get into. So it really goes to show Project Chaos, we're not just here for one game, we're here for everyone. We're here to make sure everyone in the esports scene gonna be enjoying our sessions. But in any case, seems like we are going to be getting started for round number one. And look at that. You know, we got some epic prod value in behind. We are seeing some snippets of the trailers there. And we got our players up on top. James Baxter versus uh, our man Fate or Samu, it looks like, into the overlay itself. And look at that versus, right? It looks like one of those things from Street Fighter. These guys are really going to be tussling. These guys are really going to be fighting. And I'm seeing right now that we are seeing a few bans here and there to actually remove some things from the map pool. And the thing about it is, since it's a newer map pool, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the bans there happening onto things like Romanticide, things like Lightshade, and seems like that's what our players are doing right now. We'll get confirmation on that, but it's high time for us to get into the game. And I cannot wait. Yaganata. Nope. That is actually how you pronounce that thing. Yaganata, I believe that is a Hindu deity, if I remember correctly. It is a different form of the word juggernaut. And, you know, in a map like this, we'll see who can actually take control, who can become the juggernaut between our Terran and our Zerg. TVZ action! Let's get into this one. Yaganata. Yaganata. Pretty fun name to say, but hello world, and let's get into the game. So here we go, guys, in our first map of our first series here in the October Invasion. And introducing first, on the top right of Yaganata LE, it is our blue Terran, and its name is Fate. And his opponent, here on the bottom left side of Yaganata LE, he is our green Zerg, and his name is James Baxter. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Terran versus Zerg time. Now, I was talking about James Baxter a while ago, couldn't find much about this guy, but I believe he's won a small tournament before in the Diamond and Masters bracket. So it really goes to show that this guy is looking to make a name for himself, and maybe the October Invasion is his next stepping stone into that one. He's on the Zerg right now, and he is going to be going for the hatchery first into this one. James Baxter, though, little FYI, guys, is a famous animator that if you Google, he's the first guy that you will see. But in the meantime, here on the top right, we have our returning second runner-up. He is our third placer from last time. His name is Fate. He is part of EESC from Spain. And this guy is showing us how it's done to play that Terran. He dominated a good chunk of the upper bracket there in the September challenge, only losing out to the hands of Jairus there to also fall down into the lower bracket finals. And there he met his teammates, Killer Monyas. And in the end, the Civil War ended in favor of our Protoss. This time, though, Fate gonna be looking to get revenge, not just only one, but on two people. And maybe, just maybe, he can take the crown. He's gonna go for the Bax, he's gonna go for the Reaper, and we'll be getting the expansion over. Now, looking into Yaganata, I believe this is the first time I've ever been in-game on it. And when you look at the map like this, first and second, pretty solid. Third base, though, can be a little far off in terms of the distance. And when you get the third as closer to your triangle formation, that means you put yourself at risk at the acceleration zone. So usually you will see people actually go for the northern or southernmost expansions there to try and keep safe. But in the meantime, we also have Fate right now looking to patrol, look to make sure a third base isn't happening, and he can go for a proxy if ever, because he's going to put down the bunker. Might be a good way to stop anything here. Reaper, though, harassing the drones already. Extractor gonna get built just to get that one done. And oh my god, the first kill already going out in favor of Fate. The Reapers doing some damage, and that's 2 on the board. Since we're getting a later pull here from the side of James Baxter, it is gonna be high time to see the Zerglings finally pop on out. The Queen is gonna be there as well, and that is that. But James Baxter losing 2 drones, as well as canceling both an Extractor as well as a Spore Crawler. So that's around a drone as well. Good stuff there from the Reaper, getting so much value at the get-go. So Fate, this guy has not lost any momentum whatsoever. He is just on it like a bullet, and he is just keeping it up as much as possible. He sets up the barracks with Tech Lab already, so it might be a quick little rush here with the upgrades in tow. Marine's gonna be going in favor. We are gonna get a factory as well. question is right now, seems like James Factor, though, looking to play a bit of the aggressor. He wants to go for the third base, closer to the acceleration zones. It's a big circle in the middle, and you can just be good to go in that one. In a case like this, though, this is going to be SCV moving on around the map. Starport, in the meantime, going to be built as well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Fate actually get some double pumped out Medivacs here. Now, he's not going to go for the add-on, never mind. As soon as I say it, there it comes. Reactor tech with the Factor. Double pump Medivac is going to be interesting. Double pump with the mine is going to be effective as well. And right now, we are seeing Stimpack being upgraded very, very early by the 3-minute mark. So he should have it around the 5-minute mark ready to go for the aggression. And this seems like the drops is going to be the first way to say October Invasion is truly happening. But here comes the Zerglings right now, looking to get in position. Mule's going to get felled on. Oh, going to fall on down onto the middle line there. In a case like this, James Baxter is anticipating some pushes from our Terran. Since he got a good start with the Reaper, then hey, might be able to play the aggro here. Roach Warren, Evo Chamber, forming up part of the wall. Gonna be a little dangerous though for James Baxter. Also, if we do see something like the Hellion to come on in and just burn everything into the funnel itself. But luckily for him, it is going to be the drops. Is it lucky? Is it not? That's the question there. No Sparklers set up as of yet. We are going to be getting Lair Tech. And it seems like for James Baxter, he is going to be going for the 3-pace Roach play as of the moment. Can go into Muta if need be. But right now, with the Roach Warren into play, going to be very, very effective to just go for something tanky out in front. But when you see this many Marines, guys, you know you need something else. Who you gotta call? You gotta call the Baneling Squad. But this time, it's time to go on a journey with our Medivacs. So even though we have a new ladder pool, we have new maps into this one, it really is just the same old meta, more or less. We're seeing some variations, though. For Protoss, I've been seeing a lot more mech play. But for Terran, well, it's all about Marines. It's all about bio here, there, and everywhere. And people have been adjusting like crazy. Old mech players have said that, okay, it's time to really pick up that bio and be the best bio players that we can be. Right now, though, Betis is going to be going through the middle, cleaning up the creep tumors, making sure that these bases aren't connected. And this Roach Warren already falling to the hand of the Marines. We are seeing Jace Baxter, though, in the meantime, trying to get his own roaches into play. Queen could be there as well to try and get the production. Good micro, though, from Fate right now, trying to stay away from the Broodlings. And here we go with the push. Here comes the Marines right now, trying to form a concave roaches, though. Gonna be keeping attacking as option open. And James Baxter gonna be forcing Fate to back on out. Enough Queens there to really scare off the Medivacs, and a good defense from our Zerg. Right now, though, I like what Fate is doing. He is just keeping up the aggression. He is also going to be making sure that the drops can lead into something even bigger later on, because he has the siege stack right now. He has a number of Marines. Somehow, someway, they're stuck by the wall. And something else Fate is doing is playing Exterminator. He's cleaning up the creep tumors as much as possible, putting in to work those scans. And right now, Fate has to be careful. Luckily for him, the Medivac fully loaded with Marines is already away and safe and sound. Still, though, for James Baxter, he realizes what's missing, and the Baneling Nest and the Roach Warren are going to be going online yet again. For James Baxter, since he was forced to build an army, he is going to try to push with it, but, you know, Fate, this guy has been building a lot in behind. He is still on 2 base. Very, very efficient, though, for him to keep the mule drops down and out. And right now, I'm expecting a third to come online sometime soon, because he is building a command center here. He can expand if ever. Medivacs, though, they have these siege tanks on the inside, and he might be able to get a drop or two here into this one. So personally, I'm actually a big fan of these things, these acceleration zones. A lot better than inhibitor zones, that's for sure. It's better to have a buff rather than a sort of nerf. And in a case like this, it's up to Fate right now to mobilize around the map and just try to find an angle that he can take. Because he already sees this Fort Hatchery try to go online. James Baxter desperate to try and play the macro, but it is not working for him. Fate can be able to get that shutdown, puts the number of bases down to only 1 difference. And here we go again with Fate. Gonna go for the push. Queens right now gonna be on the west side and poking against the Marines. But another hatchery will be going down. These eggs are taking their sweet time to hatch. And this is gonna be Fate right now, maximizing the time he has. This guy is on a time limit. This is time crisis in action. The roaches do go pop, and Fate right now gonna be keeping on with the fight. But the rest of the reinforcements are there. Will the Marines stand tall and proud? They do have the upgrades. They have the 1-1 ad at the moment, and they are going for the shot. This is very dangerous. One side for James Baxter. Seems like he just doesn't have enough to try and get a big bulk of this. And even though so many Marines have fallen, it is still Fate in the advantage. That was already a handicap right there because Fate didn't even bring in the siege sack. Who knows what could have happened with the shock cannons into play. There you go, Fate right now going to go for the creeping barrage. Cleaned up a good chunk of the roaches there, but they have to be careful with the Ravagers because the Bile is going to be insufficient. The roaches right now looking to go for a concave yet again, pushing forward. And this is just Fate. And he's saying, okay, time to go. Hasta la vista, baby. Time to get the hell out of here. And that is that. The drops, though, from Fate have been very, very crucial for his success. And right now, he has a third. He's playing the aggro base yet again. So it seems like already one of our players here are saying, nah, we want to play the aggro. We want to go for the third base here out in front. Doesn't matter if there is an acceleration zone because that other base is a little too far off. And that does promote some passive play here when both sides really want to go for the fight. Instead, clean up though onto the zone yet again. That is going to be Jace Baxter falling into a trap, and Fate gets the cleanup onto the Roaches and the Ravagers. Good cleanup there from EESC Fate. And this man is on a mission. This man is on a push. And look at that army lead right now. ×3. This is going to be so hard for James Baxter to come back on. And he has to make sure that these minions that he's trying to build are going to be absolutely huge. He's also going to go for Burrow. Maybe some Burrow Bane is going to be one thing he can bring out into the future. But as of the moment, the shock cannons from the siege tanks are covering fire yet again. And that's going to be it. GG is called. Fate with the drops, with the aggro, getting that win. And he just uses the small advantage from the Roaches, from the Reaper rather, to just get the harassment on, to get every single thing that he can do. And that is that. Welcome back, guys, to the lobby. Amazing stuff there, though, from Fate. And with the drops, he is just being pesky. It wasn't even drops to get into the main base, right? It was just all about getting in the way. It was all about getting out in front. And you can see him take so much map control every single time because of what he did. Cleaning up the creep tumors, cleaning up every single thing in the front line. He even shut down that Roach Warren very, very early into the fight. So when you really look into what he just did there, it was very effective timings, very aggressive aggro play, and James Baxter just could not do anything to deal with it in the first place. So a little unfortunate there for James Baxter, but we take that. Fate, this man, as we said, making it to our top 3 last time, and he is on a mission to make it even further. Can he get into the money? Can he get into our top 2 this time? As our second map in our set will be that Aura LE. So from one acceleration zone map to the other. This time though might be utilized a little bit more. But if you saw right there on Yaganata, right? There was just that time for Fate actually using those speed zones to get in position with the Marines. James Baxter, he was already on the back foot multiple times because of the army count, but that was just the clincher there. That was just a cleanup, and from then on, he got the push. Really goes to show though, when you play the aggro right, and your opponent is trying to play some heavy macro, trying to play into a bit of a later game state, then you can really punish him accordingly. We didn't get the Baneling Nest early enough there from James Baxter. Fate in the meantime, just reinforcing with the siege tanks. Like I said though, if those siege tanks were there, I think it could have ended a little earlier than the fights that happened by the speed zones. But besides that, it was just Fate in cruise control every single time. But this is game number 2 out of 3. And if Fate wins this, he will move on to round number 2, and he will face off, I believe, against for Jumi into that set. In the meantime, James Baxter, he has to go for the reverse sweep lest he fall into the lower bracket, but anything can still happen. It's a best of 3. Maybe just maybe James Baxter having a little bit of the jit. There's a little too focused on the back row, and this time he's gonna have his answer. We'll find out very, very soon as we are gonna be getting into our second map. TVZ action yet again, though. And let's check this one out. Let's see this one coming, and let's get into the game yet again. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is a fine afternoon for you guys there in the EU side. It is a pretty late night here, but late night StarCraft for me is always one of the best ways to cap off a day. Introducing first, though, here on the bottom right of Det Aura LE, he is one map up in this best of 3, and he's trying to prove himself to be a champion of the upper bracket yet again. His name is Fate. And his opponent right now on that green Zerg, looking to survive, looking to force out of map number 3, saying, hey, bases, bases, bases. Eventually, they will work. But right now, this guy has to make sure that he has enough bite alongside his Bart, alongside the eco that he wants to play. Here he is on the top left, and his name is James Baxter. Gotta say though, from James Baxter, even though we have said that he hasn't had enough of an army to really put up a fight, his hatcheries have been pretty on point. Now, my only concern though is a while ago, he was punished because he didn't get the pool at the right time. He just couldn't deal with the Reaper aggression at all. He was forced to do so many things with the drones, and in the end, he lost a lot of money time. He lost a lot of space to work with just because of that one jetpack unit. So this time, he is going to be going for the pool. James Baxter is going to be setting up that hatchery first though yet again, and really goes to show hatchery first, such a popular setup in a Zerg kind of deal. Now, I've been seeing though in ZVZ itself, pool first is becoming a lot more popular because of the initial aggression that can happen with a very standardized rush timing. But besides that, it's a hatchery first all the way, especially against the other alien races. Now, it doesn't mean hatchery first is wrong in a ZVZ. We've seen players do it. We've seen players just play the defensive. But in terms of a ZVZ itself, you can take a lot more map control with that pool first, and as well as that queen to get as much creep as you will want and put to a stop to it. But this is TVZ, guys. This is a little bit different, and Fate again is gonna do it. Looking to see where the third's gonna come. He's gonna put up a bunker here as well. And the thing about Fate doing this, he just reinforces what the Reaper is trying to do. So the Reaper gonna be going online, and that's gonna be a safety zone. That's gonna be somewhere he can rest. But this time though, James Baxter is ready with the Zerglings. And that is standard play right there, working out for our Zerg. Fate right now not gonna get the same kind of instant. Interesting enough though, he does go for the double extractor trick for James Baxter, just so he can have a little more minerals to work with. But besides that fact, he will need some overlords, and there you go again. Personally, not a big fan of extractor tricks past the first base, but it really doesn't matter too much there. 12 minerals as well as a bit more drones to work with, a bit more eggs to turn into units just in case, can really help him out in a pinch or two. In any case though, James Baxter, this time, surviving the initial Reaper. So good on him. He's already learned from his mistake. Let's see him do better into this one. Creep Tumor going to be into play. But in the meantime, we haven't talked about what the Terran has been up to here in his side of the map. And he already has a shiny old factory waiting for him. He's going to go for the reactor tech barracks as well. And of course, we are going to be seeing that stim back early on to go for the aggro. So we might see Fate do the same thing again. We might see Fate say that, hey, I might be able to go for these drops, go for these very aggressive plays with the medevacks as well as the Marines, and see if James Baxter can stem the tide from there. In the meantime, though, James Baxter already setting up onto the turret on the low ground rather than the high ground. Interesting call here, just in case we see Fate actually cut off the approach. He can put up the siege tanks here in this part of the map and really try to mitigate what kind of reinforcements. But usually you see the push from the low ground over all the way to the high ground. Let's find out if James Baxter right now has a plan, because he's getting multiple queens. He's going to go for the Baneling Nest, and this is what he needs to do against a viable Terran. He needs his Baneling Nest right now. It really goes to show that James Baxter knows his stuff. I guess he knows it even a lot better than I do. And he is just making sure he has a way to stop whatever is coming. Now, Fate in the meantime, he's starting to build the Great Wall of Supply Depots, but the SCV gonna get caught unaware, will get poked around, but the Marines are there to play bodyguard. And in the end, Fate's gonna be cleaning up a few lings along the way. Now, Dead Aura LE, this map has stood and, well, stayed into the ladder pool. We lost, I believe, Ice and Chrome from the newer maps. And besides that, hey, it really goes to show that Aura has been a pretty popular setup. Now, in a map like this, it is going to be all about drops sometimes. When you see the crevices, you see the little bit corners, you can say that for Terran, it can be some good favors for them because of how big these gaps really are. But James Baxter actually going to be going for the sacks here. And you don't usually see this from a Zerg. Basically an all-in right now because these queens are not going to have creep when they land. It is going to be up to the Overlord to get that generation on. And this is high time right now for James Baxter to get ready with a few Banelings along the way. It's not just the front line, it's also going to be on the high ground. And this is looking very, very exciting because James Baxter has brought in the queens and is looking for some punishment. Now, is Face ready for this? His Marines are on the low ground right now, and it seems like they are not consistent because they're going to be going to the aggro instead. The Great Hall supply depot is going to fall very, very soon. The queens right now using the creep there generated by the Overlords to put down some tumors, but in the meantime, on the natural we go. Basically, guys, we have a base race. Basically, we will see the Zerg and the Terran try to fend off one another. Gotta say though, for Terran, he has a little bit of disadvantage because the command centers can fly up in the air, and James Baxter is really bringing his all against his opponent. The Queen's taking concave bins right now, looking for some trouble, looking to throw something up, and they are trying to get into the SCV line, and that is just gonna be big explosions there onto some of the SCVs. Worker count though, still in favor of Fate because James Baxter and his face is taking a beating. We are seeing desperation spine crawlers right now from the Marines, but in the meantime, the Queens have set up onto the side. The SCVs have had enough. It seems like a worker revolution is going to be in order here, but it looks like our Terran is cleaning up the infestation. In terms of the upgrades, this is so good here for Fate because he has the stamp back, he has the combat shield, and he has band-aids all the way to go here from the medevac. James Baxter right now, can he actually stand up against this? His flare is gonna fall, and in the end, seems like the base race will go in favor to our Terran. It doesn't really matter right now. These queens are on in the last stand. Everything else from James Baxter has been torn apart, except this one base. So one base basically versus two base, but without the SCV. But the mule difference, man. The mule difference is just a little too much. And with these things dropping on town, you already know that the money is just going to be showing over here for Fate. James Baxter saying, time to get the hell out of there. The Queen's right now trying to get the micro, and he knows his Overlord's going to fall, so he has to drop these Queens down just to fight against the Marines. Now it's time to hightail it out of there. And Fate, he will stand up against the Zerg. Seems like, though, the cleanup against one single spine crawler is there, but not enough to pack the fullest punch now. James Baxter, this man is on the ropes truly. He has 1 worker and 6 army versus a 23 army, as well as the bombardment of mules here from Fate. I love what he did, but in the end, the Marine squad is meant for a reason. The Bible is there to just break any kind of hopes and dreams. And Fate right now looking to go to the east side. He just wants to get rid of that one drone. That one drone is all he needs to kill, and he is good to go. Maybe some drop play can be in order. Liberator is there, and GG gonna get called. James Baxter though, enjoying that game, that's for sure. He really went in for the effort, but Fate will move on to round number 2. Great game. Great game. I love that one there. James Baxter trying to bring his all against his opponent, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, and an all-in is an all-in for a reason. If it doesn't work, then you are out of the running. So James Baxter gonna be dropping on down to the lower brackets. Fate in the meantime stays on and continues to round number 2. Great games though. Good start to the October invasion. And if you're thinking of the word invasion, you gotta say that was an invasion right there from the Zerg. This time though, it seems like our home worlder is gonna be keeping it up. And gotta say for Fate, this man knows the speed zones. He goes for the speed boost, and he's just always ready for it every single time. Really good stuff, really fun games, and I gotta say, it was absolutely amazing. So that was our first round, guys. And for tuning on in, we have 20 euros to give away, 10 for Facebook and 10 for Twitch. All you gotta do is, you on Facebook, you gotta make sure to like the page and comment and share the screen. Like, there you go. I'm reading it, Prod. Don't worry. I got it. Twitch in the meantime, to enter the giveaway, make sure to follow them on Twitch, follow us here on Project Chaos Esports, and use ! raffle for the command right there. So it's pretty simple stuff. You in Twitch, you just use the commands and you hit that follow. On Facebook, like, share, comment, easy stuff right there. And who knows, you might be the one moving on with that 10 euros in your pocket. Can't go wrong with that here from Project Chaos Esports. And thank you guys for tuning on in to our first game. Really fun stuff. Our Terran will move on though. Really goes to show Fate, the more experienced player, and this man is really on a mission to be crowned a champion here in Project Chaos. Anyway, guys, that was our first game, and we'll be right back for round number 2 in just a bit. Keep on tuning on in here at the October Invasion.
End this thing once and for all. I am a Kundalar, the tip of the spear. We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing. My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon. The end war has come. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy. Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing once and for all. I am a Kundalar, the tip of the spear. We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing. My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. It's a pretty good start there to the October Invasion. That round number one game, very, very interesting. And I gotta give props there to Jace Baxter. He said that, hey, I'm only Diamond, man. I'm only Diamond. No, this guy is really bringing in that creativity. And I gotta say, the answers there in that game number two was absolutely solid. In the end, though, it's a gamble. And when you go all in, sometimes you go, hey, I'm in the money. And sometimes you go completely bust. And that was that. In any case, though, that was our round number one. And we move on to round number two, where we got some pretty familiar faces waiting in the bracket. We got Marsman versus East Toss. We got Beastmark versus Killer Monyas. We got Forjumi versus Fate. And we got Jairus versus Gum Gum Rupee. So already our top three from last time gonna be all in different matches. Interesting enough, we got some new faces here, including the likes of Beastmark as well as Gum Gum Rupee. And I'm really excited for this one because this is gonna be a really, really solid round number two. So my cat says hi yet again, always just being very, very pesky. But I gotta say though that here at the October Invasion, we are here to just bring you guys every little bit of action. 50 euros on the line, 35 for our first placer, 15 for our second, and we also have that 20 euro giveaway that is also going on right now. So make sure you like, share, as well as comment for the Facebook side. And in the meantime, on the Twitch side, just follow our Twitch as well as use the command !raffle to get into this one. It's an easy way for you guys to get some money while you're just enjoying some games here in the EU side. And yet again, it really is just a good foray for me as well to enjoy some of these names and these games because on EU, you already know that there's so many different faces looking to find positioning. There's so many names looking to go for the brawl to be the next top player. And it really goes to show that a region like this deserves a lot more coverage because there's so many different names that do get basically what's the word just they don't get featured as much as we would like. And here at Project Chaos, we're trying to give them a platform to have their voices and to have their games broadcast in our monthly tournaments. So we had one last time in September. Right now we have our October tournament, and we are just waiting on for a round number two game to get into this one. Seems like the updates are also in order as well in the bracket, but we enjoyed some different kind of antics last time. So in round number one, we got double acceleration zones. We got Yaganata as well as that Aura Zoom maps in that best of three. This time though, we haven't seen Lightshade, Oxide, and Romanticide. Personally, out of the new four maps, my favorite one is Lightshade because it reminds me of different maps from different seasons. And my least favorite has to be Oxide because it's kind of weird. But hey, how about you guys? Any kind of comments about the newest maps? What do you think about it? It feels like though that this map pool is pretty standard rather than anything else, and it just goes to show that hey, this is making sure that our place in our ladder pool is as competitive as can be. So pretty solid stuff here in the SC2 scene. Gotta say though, there's been some sad as well because have you guys seen the latest patch notes? Have you guys seen the latest announcement? Right, basically StarCraft 2 is on life support in a way. No more new co-op commanders, no more new skins. Kind of heartbreaking to be honest. And if only we were able to do some of these things a little earlier as a scene, could have been a better and brighter setup there. But hey, at least we have ESL, at least we have GSL. These guys will keep the lights on till 2022, maybe even extend all the way to 2023 if ever. So there is a chance to see StarCraft 2 still blossom into the near future. Hopefully, though, by as soon as the contract ends, it's either still supported or we have a new successor or we have something like that. But it really goes to show that this is just a 10-year thing. We can go all the way up to 12 before the lights do go off. And it just really goes to show that StarCraft 2 is a very, very passionate community, a passionate esports, a passionate game. And without SC2, well, we wouldn't be having some of the esports that we're seeing right now. So that's it. That's just that. That's really the news of the week right there. There's just so much other things going on. We see Flash, if I remember correctly, playing random now. We've been seeing some GSL. I would love watching GSL. And I'm like, why are we not seeing the newest maps? Then I realized the season happened before the new maps came out. So we're stuck with the older map pool there ended. But hey, at least we're gonna be seeing some of the greats from the Korea side play these newer maps into the near future, and of course the EU and the NA leagues getting some good gameplay there. I remember watching a game where everything was just mined out. I forgot what map it was, and I think I saw it on YouTube again. But basically, I took a nap today, and it was the longest of all naps. Didn't get to watch that one again. But StarCraft 2, so much creativity, so many different things that can go on, and it is just pretty fun stuff to begin with. Now, though, here in round number two, we are just waiting for our next game. Apparently, though, we already have an update, and we do see Jaros move on to round number three, as well as Killer Mon Yas as well. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Marek and Gum Gum Rufy get some gameplay on, but we will be right back, guys. Stick around. This is your October Invasion here from Project Chaos Esports.
The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
So welcome back, guys, and here we are, straight into round number three. We will be going, and it is rematch time here in the October Invasion. Fate versus Jairus, our first player from last time versus our third placer from last time. And the last time that we saw this one, well, it did go in favor of Jairus 2-0. So does Fate have something new under his belt? Does he has a new trick under his sleeve? Or what is the plan here for our two Terran players? Now, looking at our map pool, we will start things off on Oxide LE. And well, many people have been saying that this map pool is very Terran favored. Why? Because rocks are everywhere, and who is the easiest faction you can navigate around the map with flyers? Then it is the Terran, of course. Floating buildings, floating units, things that can go down on the ground. You got medevacs that go very, very fast. But hey, that's all conjecture right there, and we'll see if that is going to be true into the near future. Right now, though, in our horizon will be Oxide LE. Game number one in this TVT. We got yet again Jairus returning, looking to keep his crown up. And this player, this man, is on a mission yet again. We're seeing, though, the same old matchup. It's Ukraine versus Spain, and hopefully this stays mainly in the plane. As here we are on to Oxide. Introducing first. Here on the bottom left side of Oxide LE, he is your returning champion. He is from the Harbinger Sergeant, and he is here and now representing on that yellow Terran. His name is Jaros. And his opponent, looking for revenge, looking to say that I'm here to turn bronze into gold. He is from EESC. He already showed his stuff a while ago in round number one, and he is on the red Terran on the top right side of Oxide. His name is Fate. Now, the thing about, the name Fate, I've seen so many players named Fate. I've seen a Chinese player named Fate. I think I've seen, was that Swedish player named Fate? And now, of course, we have Fate here yet again returning from the September challenge to the October Invasion. But, gotta say, though, that he is my favorite Fate. Don't tell anyone else that, because he has really shown us some really stellar Terran play so far. But in the TVT, it does become a little bit different. Timings need to be absolutely on point between our two players, because when you realize it's to each other like this, it's all up to them getting the best micro and macro as possible. Now, this is interesting. Did they just add this in the latest patch or something, or into that one? Because I believe there used to be a different spot there that could be very, very annoying for buildings. Now, they put some boxes to just get in the way, I believe, and make sure that it is going to be an easy time to defend onto the main base itself. Command Center now going to be up and running here for Fate. In the meantime, though, Jairus saying, hey, I'll go for the racks. I'm going to go to Factory. And this man is going to be going for the 1-1 before they expand. In the meantime, we see Fate right now trying to play a little bit over the macro. Wants to get some money, but he has to be careful with what Jairus is going to bring to his table. For now, though, TVT, this matchup might be dominating the ladder pool very, very soon. But, of course, it really just depends on the skill of our players. Bio balls, though, have been very, very impressive and have been very, very essential every single time. And with medevacs into play, they're gonna even be better on maps like this. Jairus, though, knows exactly where to get the cliffs on. And this is gonna be Jairus versus Fate now with the Reaper duel. Now, I do like the fact, though, that every single map now has these small little notifications of where the Reaper can really jump. And in a case like this, you see the red lights there saying, stop. Make sure you keep an eye out on this, because the Reaper can easily jump into this one. Now, in terms of map itself, first and second are pretty standard. Third base, though, a little far off, even further, actually, compared to Yaganata. And it does become a little dangerous past that second base, so it's all up to making sure your two-base economy is set and running. In the meantime, though, we got Jairus right now, sending in the Hellion. Double Reapers are here, though, for Jairus as well. And he's just keeping an eye out, making sure that everything is going to be fine and dandy into this one. Early aggression there from Jairus, not really going to pan out well, because Fate, in the meantime, set up onto his natural really, really easily. And he's using the map as his pathways. He's using the map for his defenses, and with the bunker here on the natural, it should be able to just find a way, find the shot onto anything coming his way. And that's also for Jaros. If he does get a few more units, he might be able to steamroll his way to the backside of the natural itself. Get rid of the SCVs, get rid of the mules, and make sure that mineral production isn't going to be the best because he invested early on with an army. Right now, he is going to have the 1-1-1 setup to keep at it. Second base also being built here for Jaros, but a tech lab on the starport usually means one thing, and it is going to be the Raven here for the supporting units. Now, Ravens, an interesting parts of the Terran Arsenal. Usually you guys get one of them when you're playing the Ball, and right now Jaros is going to be going for the run on by, but a good pull here from Fate, keeping his SCVs alive. One worker only going on down. Second one will fall by the refinery. Cluster bombs though are into play, and Fate right now trying to make a concave of the Marines. It's a firing squad waiting to happen, and a beautiful cleanup here from Fate. Seems like it really goes to show that Fate has done his homework and more. Master versus GM. Cyclone, though, in the meantime, really fending off the Liberator there from Jaros. And even though we did see it get some 7 kills onto the SCVs, this is going to be Fate saying, hey, I was able to stop everything you brought. It's up to me right now to get even more SCVs into this one. In terms of SCV production, small little lead here for Fate for just a little bit to double pop those out as we're seeing the orbital command there from Jaros. But as soon as the upgrade is done and the mule drops, you already know that who's in the money. It is Jaros there. Now, he has the 1-1-1. He is going to have that Raven as well as Fate does. And in a case like this, Fate is just keeping his one-off units to keep the patrol, keep the defenses ongoing. Here on Oxide, same case as that Aura has these small little gaps here that you can actually use to navigate straight into the main. And as of the moment, we are seeing Jaros just be as pesky as possible. Raven gameplay right now with the auto turrets, trying to find an angle or two. Now, interesting enough though, at the top right and the bottom left corners of the map, you can't really set up a Liberator too easily because there is a very, very close cliff. So here on Oxide, you just gotta be careful and you gotta really make sure their Liberators are in a good spot if you wanna bring in the herds. It's interesting though, just by that one small cliff adjustment, you can already say that this unit isn't gonna work as well as it should on a map like this. Fate though, using the long lost arts of the patrol around every single unit he has on both sides, and he is able to hunt down that Raven. So for Fate, he's doing a good job to play the defense, but this is where Jaros is able to take the lead. He's now up on the worker and the army count. He is getting stepped back as of yet. He is going to be going for multiple racks right now to go for a big push. And in the meantime, what is Fate doing? He is going to have the 3 racks as well. He is going to have the factory and the starport right now, getting the reactor to double pump medivacks. And oh, I might be mistaken because this Vax is already floating. And it seems like our Red Terran here wants to get as many Marines as possible. Big Viable meet Big Viable. Who wins? Whoever has the bigger one, or whoever has that splash damage. Scans though will be going online. Intel gonna be very essential here, and seems like Jaros gonna get spotted with his mech into this one. Vikings are into the play. It is gonna be a good way to shut down Medivacs if ever. Third base also going up here for Jaros as well. And it is going to be a 3-base setup versus a 3-base setup. Now, from the last ladder pool, we saw lots of triangle formations between our 3 bases. And it seems like here in this ladder pool, we are going to be getting the same old thing as well. Might be a bit of a habit, might be just how they feel their defenses can really work. And at the very least, for Fate as well as Jaros, they can easily reinforce the 3rd base with some drops from main to 3rd if ever. For now though, rocks still haven't been cleared. Grass much greener on other maps rather than this one. And in a case like this, in this TVT, we are in a bit of a standstill because both sides are just trying to make sure that they have the angle on one another. Scouting Marine though gonna get blown to bits. And interesting about this map though, that I believe there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 bases per player technically on each of their sides. So it is lower than the standard 7. It isn't even gonna get close to that 8 number right there. And in a case like this might either be these games going faster than usual, or as we said, minerals running out all across the map. Can stalemates happen? Will we see another base into the near future? I'd love to see one of those bases just in the middle of the map, right? Something that cheeky. But from what I see here, this reminds me of another map that had these high grounds, that had these rocks. I cannot remember what the name was, but it was like a very, very green map we got at the start of the year. And yeah, it really does show that here on Oxide, this game and this map can get a lot smaller with just one thing you have to break: rocks. You break the diagonal rocks, and you are just smooth sailing all the way to your opponent's third base. And here we go again with the Marines scouting on around fourth base right now here from Jairus being built, as well as the center tower. And in the meantime, Fate is just feeling that something is amiss. He's going to be going for more upgrades rather than pushing. He doesn't want to commit his army as of yet. And he does feel like he's a little bit on the back foot because of the aggression that we saw from there so far. High ground up being taken, but there is that vision, and you get already see the shot cannons here from the Siege Strikes. Getting damage done. Fate right now trying to back on up, and the Braves are going to be getting the hell out of there, but the Raven will fall. Some Siege Strikes die as well, and Fate, worse for wear, he just decides to move out. This is literally you saying, I'm going to go outside today, and you get punched in the face. That is what happened there to Fate. He has to back all the way. Jairus right now, the schoolyard bully, saying that I am going to be here for your lunch money and your life, and he is just pushing and scanning as much as possible. Now, scans in a map like this very essential because of the shrubbery, because of the grass. And in the meantime, Jairus feeling confident with 170 supply. Who would it be? He is just going to be going for the push. Now, there's a bit of a timing here for Jairus. If he can actually destroy the army before the +2 goes online, he is going to be in a good spot for the win. But in the meantime, if Fate can hold on for that +2, he might be able to make a difference in terms of numbers. But this number is getting smaller and smaller because look how big Jairus has of an army count. He is pushing right now, trying to make it through. Jairus is going to be sacrificing the race to get in the front line, fighting through the shots here and there. And we will see a card game on both sides. Interesting enough though, Jairus saying, I don't need to go for the siege modes. I don't need to put these things down. The Vikings are hardly going there instead. And here we go with the push. Jairus right now just manhandling his opponent. And this should be it. Our Yellow Terra deciding that it's time to yell on over and get these kills. And with the siege tanks heavily protected in the back line, they are just good to go for the win. Jairus will take our first game here in the best of 3. Good stuff. Good stuff there. And what we saw from Jairus again is using the aggro to take that lead and just bother his opponent enough. Two-prong attack working for Jairus again. And it has been his style. It has been his gameplay. He's like, hey, pay attention. I'm attacking your natural. But then apparently, your main base is getting hurt. 7 workers going down. And that's all the lead Jairus needs to keep it up. Fate, in the meantime, could not get any kind of aggro play whatsoever. Couldn't go for any drops, couldn't go for any setups. And in the end, he just couldn't stand the test of time. Highly unfortunate for him, though, because he was trying to climb on up to the top side of Oxide. And then suddenly, Jairus appeared and just blew him back down to the ground. Forced to go back on the retreat. And Jairus was saying, hey, I have so many Marines. I'm going to put these guys in the front line. They can tank up the siege cannon shocks and make sure that the shock cannons there wouldn't actually hit the siege tanks in the first place. Interesting call also from Jairus to not even drop those things down onto siege mode. He was very confident that he could go for the push, and for him, it was all about positioning. It was all about him getting in front of his opponent and getting those takedowns. And that was just that. Enough damage, enough focus fire, allowing Jairus to then siege on up, destroy everything from the back line, as well as anything that it could see. And with the SCVs pulled, you already knew that was a Hail Mary play there from Fate that did not work out whatsoever. GG called Jairus again, proving why he was the champion from last month. And this man is trying to prove that he can be the best in this set. But our second map right now, gonna be Romanticide LE. We're just gonna be giving a sec for the maps to download for everyone here into our lobby. And I have a bit of a story about Romanticide, because I've seen this map months before. Someone sent me a custom game to cast, and it was this map in its like initial incarnation from the TL map contest. That's the thing about the bladder maps, guys, that these maps do show up months in advance. They are ready to go whenever they're out in the TL map contest, and pretty much everything from each season does get used. It doesn't really matter what place they are, provided that they are in the top part, top 16, top 8 even. And when I last saw this map, Romanticide, it even had hearts as a formation. So it's been smoothed out a little bit. Seems like Blizzard has made sure everything is okay for it in the ladder. We see some wooden palaces as well, which we don't see too much on StarCraft. It reminds me of another crafty game right there that brings in wars. But yeah, besides that, it's a very pink and pretty map as we are going to be getting into the game yet again. Here we are, one more time. CVT action into this set. And Fate and Jairus yet again dueling, but we already know who is the man ahead. And speaking of him, We'll introduce him first on the top left. He is on that yellow Terran, and he is just trying to prove that he can go to be our back-to-back champion. His name is Jaros. And his opponent here on the bottom right, trying to get some revenge, but right now, he is just gonna say that this dish is looking way too cold to serve in the first place. Can he do it on his red Terran? His name, and what he needs to believe in, is Fate. Fate thrusts a lot of pixie dust and a lot of good macro and micro. That has to be the recipe of success here for Fate to equalize a map like this. And we are live on Romanticize, and we are live here today in the October Invasion. And immediately Jared says, I'm gonna throw every single standard out the window and gonna go for the proxy 2-rack setup. Now, when you look at the map like this, it reminds you a little bit of Nightshade LE in first terms of the main base, in terms of the second into the third. And the thing about a map like this as well is you have these mineral fields that can get mined out from your third base to try and open up a diagonal, but then you meet another mineral field. So it does allow you to defend as well as expand in a very different way, because you can go for the Rich Vespine onto the fourth base there. Here in the meantime though, Jaros is already sending in the initial Reaper. And it seems like a Reaper Rush is going to be in order because Jaros is getting a second refinery here and now to keep up in the uptick. He also doesn't have his barracks, so Fate is already anticipating something to be very, very wrong in this game. What's the plan right now? Fate will decide to put the bunker here in front of the Reaper pad. And the question is though, can Jaros get there in time? Does he actually know what Fate is up to? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have any scouting here, so he will have to rely on his wits and his movement in the first place. Jaros though gets the first shot, Fate not paying attention, and this Reaper is just going to be running on away, but basically a good distraction here for Fate because Jaros might not be able to make it to the SCV in time. Does go in the first place, Cluster Bomb is there to add it on the DPS, and the bunker will still stand. The Marine right now going to be going on the outside. Jaros is again a second earlier than Fate, and you can see right now Fate is desperate to get this bunker up and running. He does so in a case like this, but the SCVs are full to go for the chase, and these two Reapers right now are causing havoc yet again. Last time in the game number 2 we saw an all-in. This time we are seeing the cheese, and this is just going to be executions here from the pistols. Jaros right now making sure that these Marines cannot make it to the bunkers, and these SCVs are falling one by one. Look at this, the stutter step is there, and GG is called. Jaros, you are just on a timer here, mate. This man says it's not about the R's, it's about the victories. And Jaros will take it 2-0 with the Reaper Rush to win it all. So he will move on, I believe, to the upper bracket semifinals to face off against the winner of Marksman and Killer Monyas. But yet again, Fate's going down to the lower bracket. Highly heartbreaking there for Fate. Jaros just doing it again in style. And even though Fate always has these right ideas, it's the same case like last month. He's just a second too late. And really goes to show for Jaros, he just is that kind of player who is able to optimize and maximize his kind of play. He was able to win it out in a more standard fanfare there on Oxide. This time on Romanticize, he says, I'm going to break your heart with a 3-minute game. And that is that.
These moments
So there you go, guys. Our next game will be our round 3 matchup between Marsman and Killer Monyas. And don't forget, guys, to join our giveaways. Facebook, like, share, comment, and then on Twitch, follow, as well as exclamation point raffle. We'll be right back for our second round 3 game in just a bit.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy. Yet one spark of hope We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet once
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the October invasion here at Project Chaos Esports. And apparently, it's time to get into our semifinals because we are going to be getting into a pretty solid game. PvT time. It's Marsman versus Cheros. And this is going to be a big one because we are going to be seeing one of the best players I've seen so far on the Protoss side in Marsman versus one of the best Terran players I've seen on, well, the EU side as well on Cheros. And these two guys have made big names for themselves. Marsman himself, he is in the top 10 of the Dutch region right there. He is an amazing Protoss playing for Archangel Gaming. I've seen that name in and around every single scene in every single region. Not gonna lie, Archangel Gaming, that's a very familiar name to me. And in the meantime, we've seen Jairus dominate before. Question is, can he do it again against a very, very worthy contender? Because Marsman, this man is not only on mission, he is just bringing in the speed here, taking down our runner-up from last time, Killer Monias, 2-0. And we are going to be, of course, getting into a best of 3 in just a bit. Marsman versus our boy Jaros. Can the defending champion be able to shut down an amazing contender in Marsman? We'll find out very, very soon because it's high time to see some TVP action. Here, though, at Project Chaos Esports, we thank you guys for all your support, and we thank you guys for all the time you have taken in your day to make sure that you can make this a pretty solid one in the first place. October Invasion is the right place at the right time. 50 euros on the line, 35 there for our champion, 15 for our runner-up. And in a case like this, we also have giveaways right there for our audience, Facebook as well as Twitch. 10 euros on the line for each. All you gotta do is Facebook. You get that like, share, as well as comments. In the meantime, on the other side, on Twitch, you just follow that one, as well as making sure that you can get the raffle command ongoing. So right now, we're just playing a patience game. We're making sure that everything is just going to be fine and dandy here between our two players. We want to make sure Marsman and Jaros are going to be bringing us a really, really solid setup. And in terms of our standing so far, well, got Jaros and Marsman. These guys are in the upper bracket for a reason, and they already get to 2-0 cleanups right there. Jaros, as we keep saying, this man is from Ukraine. Marsman, in the meantime, the funny thing is, he is from the Netherlands, sure, but he also has a bit of Romania in him as well. So it is a battle of that kind of caliber. This time, though, got Eastos there, all the way from Russia. Is that Russia? I don't know my maps. I'm trying to memorize them. We got Fate and Killer Monias, of course, all of Ukraine. And then we got some Russian counterparts there from Ford Jumi as well as Marek and James Baxter. This man is a mystery to us. And he showed us some Zerg a while ago, so he can't fit that. So a lot of Protoss players here in the EU scene. We got some Terrans as well, and a Zerg to round up our players here in the October Invasion. So as of the moment, guys, if you are checking us out for the very first time, Project Chaos Esports is an organization. It's a passion project between some of our amazing admins here who are making sure that we have so many games to cover. StarCraft 2, Valorant, and all the like. So as of the moment, guys, we will be going on break. We'll make sure that everything is going to be a-okay on our player side. And we'll be right back for our next game here in the October Invasion.
My life for ire. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing. My life for ire.
After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all.
I am a Kundalar.
So welcome back, guys, to the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion, your small little tournament here every single match from Project Chaos. I'm Dax, and we are gonna be, well, getting into a match in just a bit. But first things first, check out the socials there on the side. We're on Facebook at Project Chaos Esports. We're on YouTube at Project Chaos Esports. If you guys don't notice right now, I'm just going with the transitions and trying to see if we can actually make it there. But these transitions don't take very, will take their sweet time, that's for sure. Instagram, Project Chaos Esports as well. We do have a website, p-chaos.com. We are also on Twitter at pchaos esports right there, right then, and you are going to be able to check us out in every single social media that we can be on in the first place. But hey, so far it has been a pretty solid bracket. We've seen some great names really bring us some great battles, and the first one we were able to broadcast was Fate versus James Baxter. And if you remember that one, all ins with the Queens versus the Marine Push, that Fate was able to take 2-0 in the end. Another match we will also check out, Jaros versus Fate, 2-0 there as well. So Fate, he says, I got to survive a cheese once. I can do it again. No, sir, not against Jaros, because this man, he is always on a mission. He's making it quick, and with the Reaper Rush right there, 3 minutes, and then your heart is broken, as I've said. Really just goes to show that for Jaros, if you are even a second too late to answer back, you already know that you are gonna be in trouble in the first place. And we have seen some great names here. Eastos beating down Mastakata 2-0. Marsman winning against Eastos 2-0. Killer Monyas against Beastmatic, that's also 2-0. And Fate versus Fortumi, that was a 2-0. Jaros versus Gum Gum Rufy, 2-0. And then Marsman all the way in round number 3, even taking down our runner-up Killer Monyas 2-0 as well. So we have our Spanish players there waiting in the losers bracket, making sure everything is gonna get filled up and be good to go by that point. Fate and Eastos also looking to get a matchup in against each other in just a bit. And as of yet, our upper bracket semifinals is waiting there. But Killer Monyas has moved on all the way to the low bracket round number 4, and he is just looking to see if he can get that Civil War matchup against his teammate yet again, if Fate can move on there. So as of right now, in our running, I believe we have a Protoss, a Terran in the upper bracket, and then a Protoss, a Terran, or I think it's 2 Protoss actually, and 1 Terran in the lower bracket. So goodbye to our Zergs. We'll miss you already, Zerg players. We can't say that we like what you do with the creep and everything, but all I can say is I love seeing Zerg matchups as well. But if B and T are dominant here, then you already know who you gotta call. It's the aliens and the Marines yet again doing battle with blades versus guns. October Invasion though. So if you remember last time in the September challenge, guys, we saw Jaros, Killer Monyas, and Fate all take that top 3. So they went back here yet again. We gotta commend them. We gotta give thanks to them for returning, looking to make sure that the crowns and the medal spots are protected, and to make sure that they can really bring in the fight against so many different people. But here in Project Chaos Esports, this is the only thing that we have done. We've also done a Valorant tournament, Legends of the Fall, for the SCA region of all things, which was pretty fun because it was really close to home, where we had Anbu Elite Gaming take it all from the Philippines. So BH represents, and we're still looking to do into more. I've heard rumblings of different games, maybe Overwatch, maybe Rocket League, maybe something like, I don't know, let's try and throw out a game, maybe Warcraft. Who knows what's next here in the Project Chaos Esports horizon. But we want to make sure that here at PCE, we got to give you some games that you can just enjoy, got some tournaments for you can play for money, and it's all about looking to make sure that we can just have fun along the way. As of right now though, we are looking to see what our next game is gonna be, and it seems like that we have gotten an update. ESC represent, is that the way to go here? And now let's get confirmation, but I do believe Killer Monyas is gonna be facing off against Fate in just a bit. We're just making sure that this game is going to be set and ready, and yes, it is. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EESC Civil War. Seems like Fate able to dispatch Eastos right there, and now he is going to be facing off against his buddy, his pal. And the last time we saw these two guys, it was very, very fun to see them just have this camaraderie, but also bring out the best against each other. PBT though, and the last time these two met, Killer Mayas took it 2-0. Can he do it again though? That's gonna be the question. And if I remember correctly, it was a bit different for Fate. I'm trying to remember what happened last time, but I do recall something a little bit cheeky actually happening there in the last StarCraft 2 tournament from Project Chaos Esports. But in the end, Killer Munoz able to show us how it's done. Fate in the meantime gonna be sticking on to the Terran side, and our first map here will be Submarine LE. Small map for a big battle. And we are getting vetoes right now of Death Aura as well as Pillars of Gold. All the other maps will be still there into the pool for the choices of our players. But now it's time. Hasta la vista? More like hello, hola, good day. And let's see what this one is going to be all about. EESC versus EESC. Who can prove to be superior again in a rematch we saw last month? Will it be Killer Monias or will it be Fate? Do I have Fate in Mr. Fate? Or will the Killer Nun be able to just give me a quick little seance, a quick little prayer before I say good night? But hey, PVT time is the way to go. And in a matchup like this, it really just goes to show that these two players will know a lot about each other, that's for sure. We'll see though how this one's gonna go, as here we are in our best of 3. Introducing first, on the top left side of Submarine LE, it is our Orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. And in the meantime, his opponent, he's been having a bit of a struggle. He's been going for all the fights in the world. We've seen him broadcast 2 times in a row already, but is 3rd time's a charm for him. Can he beat the one who beat him last time? He's on the Red Terran, and his name is Fate. Gotta say though, before we zoom out, I love the EESC logo. Escuela Español, StarCraft 2, something like that. I hope I didn't butcher it so badly. But when I see them, it really goes to show that there's so much representation as well as support in the fantasy scene by ESC. And I gotta give props for them bringing in some great talents as well alongside Fate and Killer Monyas. It really goes to show that these scenes can sustain with passionate people. But as we are getting into the game, Killer Monyas right now gonna be setting up the gateway, gonna be going for the assimilator, and look how he's playing into his own defense. He puts the gateway beside his pylon, beside his assimilator, and basically walls off a segment to make sure the probes are set and fine. It's all about making sure also that the defenses are set here on Submarine, because when you look at the map like this, it's the smallest map in the pool, and the rush can happen at any point in time. Proxy versus proxy can be a possibility, but right now, the possibility for the probe shutting down the supply depot is basically null and void. It's just hurting it as much as possible. The small little shock beam saying, hey, I'm gonna poke this wall as much as possible too. In the end though, it's time to retreat, and the Reaper is becoming Killer Monyas's way. Right now though, Fate has had this tendency to build up a bunker. And this time, it's not gonna be on the 3rd base. He puts it all the way inside that natural. He wants to make sure that there's a safety zone for the Reaper, and he's confident enough that these probes can get the kill onto the SCV at the right time, because look at that! There is one segment there on the west side that basically says this SCV is safe and sound, and can it actually survive? One more tick should do it, and the bunker will make it in time. Now this next point is going to be in a bit of duress, because here we go right now with the Reaper looking to make it through. Into the bunker we go. Time to poke everything here happening, and the second base cannot be used whatsoever. This Reaper has a good staging point, but the Stalker is also here to go for the cleanup. Right now though, Fate has shown us some good Reaper control, and can he do it again? Up and down he goes, onto the pylon, onto the bomb, onto the Stalker, and back in the bunker he will stay. Safe and sound is the way to go. This is just a Reaper saying that, hey, I'm pretty chill here. And Killer Monyas answering back with his own kind of proxy. Puts down a pylon, and Proxy Robo the way to go. Pretty popular on a map like this, not gonna lie. Immortals closer to your doorstep rather than further. Gonna be a scary sight to behold. In any case though, this is gonna be Fate roaming around the map yet again. Cluster Bomb right now going for the shot, and it isn't gonna hit the Stalker, and Stalker will hit back. Protoss striking there at the hearts of the Reaper, does get the takedown in response. And there you go yet again. You know, Fate, this man has been playing better and better every single time. And he has thrown us a lot of improvement in this tournament compared to the last one. So right now he cleans up the Stalker. Has to be careful though, because Killer Monyas is ready with the robo facility here all the way on the east side. Something to note, the warp gate research is only going to be going up right now. And since Killer Monyas only has 1 and 2 gateways here, he's only gonna have a small amount of Stalkers to reinforce this Immortal push. Stalker Immortal though can be very scary at the right conditions, especially if Fate doesn't get his big army set on up. But with triple racks right now going online very, very soon, this timer here for Killer Monyas is getting tighter and even tighter. Cyclone also to help out. Good lock-ons there can be very, very effective against whatever unit it can catch. And with lock-on itself, it's a spell rather than a normal attack, so it does a significant amount of damage that's stabilized by the amount said by the ability itself. It's an interesting distinction actually. You have spells and you have normal attacks. Sometimes the spell looks like the normal attack in the case of the Cyclone, right? But in that case, it really is just all about making sure you have the range, you have the ability to get that takedown, and you micro accordingly to chase after whatever unit that is. But Killer Monyas has to go for the slower warp cycles. Second base still up and running, but this Hellion is still alive, and it might not be alive for very soon because the probes decide to go for its own revolution and get the takedown there. On the other side though, I'm very happy about Fate's setup. He has his 3 racks, he has the factory, he has the starport. Army Cat right now isn't that big, but it has to be Fate right now trying to get sure his units up and running. Cyclone though goes for the lock on onto the Warp Prism rather than the Immortal, and the Immortal gets a shutdown mid. The SCVs are pulled though. Killer Monyas going down to the low ground and just passing through the bunker over there, reinforcing lines, making sure everything is fine and dandy. Warp Prism gonna get zoned out and will get taken down. These SCPs are still going for the brawl. The drills can hurt at the right time. Immortal is gonna get surrounded, and Fate will be able to clean up the Immortal push. It did cost him a good number of FCVs though, but in the end, it's better to survive rather than to thrive. And in a case like this, Fate is gonna be able to drop down those mules to make the difference yet again. Solid game so far though. Killer Monyas pushing with the emo. It doesn't really pan out too much because the Warpers have not only zoned out, but also taken down by the Viking in the end. I was a little shaken though with him trying to keep that Cyclone in position. The Immortal easily get that shutdown. And maybe if he just went for the lock on onto the Immortal, it could have been a little better, but the Warpers could of course get the pickup. So in the end, Fate making the right call in that right time. And that's what makes a good player better. That's what makes a distinction between a great player rather than a good player here in StarCraft 2. The small little distinctions to make a difference. And in that case, Fate able to make a difference, able to survive the proxy, and right now he is still in this fight. With the amount of production he has, he can go for his upgrades. He's trying to get Combat Shield right now. He already has Stimpak, and with the big fireball that Killer Monyas won't be ready for, that can be the clincher there for Fate. But this ball is not big enough yet. Sometimes you need to get a little more snow, a little more dirt, just to make the biggest snowball of them all. But in a case like this, at least Fate is on the march. He's already spotted out by the Observer though. And Killer Monyas is going to be going for Blink Stalker instead of the Robo Bay, instead of the Charge Lot. He wants to make sure that he can go for Micro as much as possible, and maybe the Stalkers are going to be a handful enough to really stem the tide of whatever Fate wants to do. But with Marauders in the mix, it really goes to show that these guys can back a punch and more. And here comes the push right now from Killer Monyas with a Mind though going to be set up on the east side. Gets a big boom though. Stalker will go down. Garden Shield able to mitigate some damage. And there we go with Blink forward, but the Marauders will get the punish. Luckily though, Killer Monyas right now, since Fate doesn't have the concussive shell, it isn't going to be enough to get the slow. But as I say that, he literally gets the shell right after the fight ends. And highly unfortunate there for Fate because he could have gotten a few more Stalkers, punishing the aggressive Blink. In the end though, this is just Fate getting even more map control, and he's already showing us how it's done in this game. He wants to go for the pylon, he wants to go for the shutdown, and goodbye production on to Killer Monyas' side. He needed that Robo facility just to make sure that he can get Colossus into this one. He already went for the Robo Bay, but with nothing able to produce it, then that's gonna be a hard fought battle for our Protoss. Fate in the meantime getting richer, getting a bigger army, and making sure he's gonna have enough band-aids here for his Marines and his Marauders to keep the tide flowing. He's also going for some armor upgrades. He already has the +1 into play. In the meantime, Killer Monyas trying to do the same, but Fate though this time, he can actually get his drops into the north side. Trying to go around, trying to go on the journey. Here on your left, you got some coral reefs. Here on your right, you got some good rocks. And up in front is your destination. This is gonna be a one-way trip though, perhaps? into the battlegrounds we go. And onto the main base we go for the set of Fate right now. Is in a really good angle. Killer Munoz cannot really get the angle to go for the play forward. And doesn't even have that vision. No, he doesn't. Eventually, though, he will make it there. But only 3 Stalkers will be into the fray. And right now, Fate is going to clean up whatever is in the front line. Phyla right now might be shut down here. Stalkers are going to get torn apart while they're trying to mark on in. But the one-way turns into a two-way trip. Seems like we are going to get the airlines upgrading these tickets. And trying to make sure that they can survive. But oh, that's a huge hit there by Killer Munoz. He gets rid of the fully loaded medevac, and Fate having to retreat with everything else still alive. Not too bad here from both of our players though. Nice holds from both sides. Gotta say for Killer Munoz, he would have appreciated the rest of his army into that play. But he was able to buy enough time, keep the pile alive to get some reinforcements just to die. And in the end, it was the case for our Protoss to survive. But he still needs to repower the Warp Gate as well as the Shield Battery. He needs to do a lot of different things, especially build up these Colossi to make a zoo for the Protoss to thrive in. And this is going to be Fate doing the same old thing over and over again. With more Marauders, more Marines, it's going to be very helpful. Vikings can also be into play just in case against the Colossi. And apparently, our man here has built a Ghost Academy. And he might be able to get some EMPs soon. Now, Ghost Academy, very good against High Templar and Archon compositions. Against Stalker, Immortal, and Colossi, still effective with the EMP disruption. But it isn't going to have that two-prong effect. It's all about the shields, and that's it. Can't really go for the snipes there because there are no bio units, so we'll keep an eye out though on what the plan here is for Mr. Fate with that Ghost Academy. Seems like he was anticipating something else, and unfortunately it wasn't the right call. But in the end, it's time to go for the push as we already hear the Stalkers get some damage on. Step back right now, trying to catch the Colossi. It will fall down, and the second one all the way in behind. Ooh, Fate running into the Stalkers there, just getting the Disruptors into play, and Fate has to run on away instead. Play forward right now to get the punish. Marauders turn around to get the concussive shell effect on. But Killer Munoz in a really good spot, forcing the medevacs right now to try and get the hell away. One medevac will go down. Luckily, there's no one on the inside. And here we go again with drops. This is Fate right now, proving to us what these drops are all about. A while ago into this previous series, it's all about the push with the medevacs. This time, though, he's really using the map to his advantage. And Killer Munoz taking his sweet time to get back on the high ground. Goes smoothly forward, though, trying to get the DPS on. Warpers will go down. A handful of trees left behind for these medevacs to get the hell away from the battleground here. And Fate will at least survive with the medevacs for a little bit, but as I say that, the Stalkers are there. 1 and 2 and 3 will go down. The 4th one will survive to live to tell the tale, but the Marine will witness all of this, just cry himself to sleep. And Fate right now, even though he was trying to anticipate and trying to catch out those Colossus, it wasn't enough. Running into the line of fire, not gonna work out for a man there. And this is just gonna be the TVP staying on yet again. Pretty long game so far here in Submarine. We are 12 minutes in, and both sides holding really, really well. But I gotta say though, for Fate, since he's on 3 base, he is gonna have a really good economy to keep on reinforcing no matter what. He's on 132 supply, 138 actually, versus 105. And right now, Killer Munoz is just playing the power of positioning to make sure that he has a shot in this game. These Colossi don't need to get protected even better. And the Widowmine is still on the high ground. This Widowmine has been watching, waiting for an opportunity. And it got another shot on. Eventually, though, the pylons will get that vision. And we do see Killer Munoz try to go for the shots there. In the meantime, though, Nexus Point has been spotted. We are going to get the Dark Shrine, and we're even getting the Blink upgrade here for our DTs. And we have seen this become a little more popular nowadays, especially against Terran. If you catch your opponent over muling and using all that energy without a detector, then these DTs can really slice and dice their way to victory. In a pinch, they can turn into Archons as well. And with Blink, they can get away from missile turret range or scan range if ever needed. Now the problem with the Bioball is you don't really keep a Starport Tech Lab into play. You're not going to need anything from it. You do need a double pump medevacs instead to really complement your units. And the DT is a really good choice in a case like this, because these guys are just assassins in the shadows yet again, scouting around, trying to see what's going on this map. And right now, Fate has to be a little careful with his energy usage. Does he have a scan? He has 2 of them available. Can't drop down those mules as of yet. And you know, beginning Terran player will just say mule, mule, mule. Mule is the answer every single time. But right now, the answer is to keep the scan into play. High ground though being taken. Fate right now gonna go for the push. Guardian Shell is there. EMPs are gonna be huge though from the Ghost, but it's still not enough. Fate has back on that. He's using the Widow Mines to add in a little bit of the DPS. Liberators are gonna be there trying to go for the setup. And the con game is here for Killer Monyas. Fate losing out on the army. Killer Monyas keeping the DPS alive with the Colossi. And in the end, the blink forward is there. Killer Monyas is hungry and out for blood. He can smell it, he can taste it, and he is just carving a path of disruption. The Marauders, though, quite tanky. They're trying to survive. The Stalker Karka is going to get kicked around. And the command center is now looking for the scout to get into another base, but Killer Monyas is waiting for it already. Eventually, though, with the Colossi marching forward. Oh, could have been cheeky there from Fate. Just to sacrifice the CC to make sure that the Giraffes do move all the way to the natural. But it doesn't happen that way. And PT's now with the cleanup. They're carving a path onto that third base. They will shut it down. Fourth base is also a no-go here for Fate because Killer Monyas is on it like a bullet. And he's going to be pushing on forward. Colossus has been hunted. Here we go now with the Stalkers versus the Marauders. And you already know who's going to win that one. Cost-effective at its finest. The Marauders packing a big punch. And Fate is there to keep an eye out, get the opportunity, and still survive. What a match this has been. Both of these guys making sure that they are on the edge and more. Solid game. And this is only a battle to move on to the lower bracket finals. So really goes to show that these guys are bringing their all and more. And whoever wins this will face off against the loser between Marsman as well as Jaros. But right now, Fate says it's enough is enough. Bring in the SCVs. We're going all in. He's bringing everything he can and more. Is every single SCV actually there? Yes, they are. So 37 workers plus 45 army. We got some meat shields out the front. The Marauders will say that I will anticipate and commend your sacrifice, Mr. SCV, because it's all about the grenades, adding on the DPS instead. Here comes the push though, and the Disruptor is in behind. One big Nova can do it. It's gonna get in the heart of the Marauders. The SCV still forming up the wall. And Killer Monyas has to get away. The meat shields from the SCVs are working out in his favor so far, but Fate right now is gonna push with the step back on. Dark Templar trying to get the DPS. There we have the scan into play. The Archon Warp is forced out. Disruptor will go down. The Stalkers are warped on in, but the second Nova is in behind. And boom goes the Dynamite. Goodbye to the Marauders. GG is called. And Killer Monyas will win out the tug of war between our two EESC members. And that is how that game goes. Submarine LD giving us an amazing session. And that was only game number 1. So Fate and Killer Monyas, these guys know each other so very well. The holds were absolutely impressive to say the least. But gotta say though that Killer Monyas just having the advantage from the get-go, keeping it up, putting Fate on the ropes. And I think that's one thing that's been happening right now to Fate in this tournament. He is able to survive. He was able to counter-attack. He showed us some drops, but what does it really lead into? It doesn't lead to much in terms of significance. It's usually Fate who has the lead where he gets these wins, and when he struggles valiantly. But does it work out? Does it turn into victories? It hasn't as of yet. And another instance of that case running into this one. Killer Monyas with a victory, keeping the Stalkers alive, hunting down as many units as possible. DT's also a good tech switch to help out and really bring in the hurts. In the meantime, we saw there for Fate, good hunting on the Colossi, but it really felt like that he just couldn't capitalize on the drops, couldn't capitalize on the push. But maybe our next map will allow him to do a little better, because our next map, guys, is going to be Yaganata. We saw it a while ago. Acceleration zones are going to be very, very essential for a map like this. And a TVP between our Masters players yet again. The lush greenery is going to get encompassed, of course, by the acceleration zones as well. And we'll see what is going to happen here. We'll see if there's going to be enough. Can Fates actually force out a game number 3? Or will Killer Monyas take the 2-0 again? Will it happen the same way it happened in September Challenge? The October Invasion looking to be a completely different story. As we are going to be getting into the game, gotta say though, these Project Chaos Esports tournaments have been very, very fun to broadcast for, and have been very, very amazing to see the likes of Killer Monyas and Fate really bring their all against one another. Question is though, whoever wins here, can they actually beat Marsman or Jaros later on? questions abound, but right now let's focus on the here and now. Because introducing first yet again into this game. Here on the top right of Yaganata LE, it is the man ahead. He is our Orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. His opponent though, on the ropes before, on the ropes again, but looking to survive and looking to fight. Improvement has been his story in the October invasion. Question is though, is improvement enough to turn it into a win, or do you need a little bit more? He is your Red Terran, and his name is Fate. So here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into this one, and this has been an exciting time here in the October invasion. When you look into this one though, between our two EESC members, gotta say that it has been absolutely spicy, absolutely dicey, and absolutely interesting to watch out for in the first place. So, Probe right now, gonna get that scout, sees everything going on. No cheeky cheese play as of yet. We're just seeing both Killer Monyas and Fate respect each other to go for a macro game. And as of the moment, already a very fast expansion here from Killer Monyas. 1.5 minutes in, decides to go for the Nexus. Cybercore gonna be there as well. And our Protoss feeling very confident to get that second base up and running. And with the confirmation of Fate going for his own CC, seems like those biases are not gonna be unfounded. Killer Monyas though is waiting on the east side with a probe, and Fate will spot it out and already start to drill into its core. Gotta say though, that we have the SCV versus probe, right? You look into the drill versus the robo unit that is a probe. Shouldn't the SCV be able to do more damage against this probe and really just drill to the core? Shouldn't it have a critical spot? I don't know. I'm just looking into this matchup, and while the workers are chasing each other, it seems like the normal stuff is happening all around the map. We're getting Warp Gate research here from Killer Monyas. He's not going to get delayed this time whatsoever because there's no annoying bunker out of nowhere. In the meantime, Fate will be playing standard. Bunker for the natural defense. He goes for the racks, and then the expand, and then the factory. So it's not about tech, it's about resources. And we've seen Fate use those resources accordingly before. He's been able to get the stim pack started off by around the 3-minute mark, and he's been very effective with those Marine pushes. Fate also getting the Reaper back into action, has already gotten 1 kill onto a probe, but with a Stalker into play, says that it's time to hightail it home and see what we can do there. Now I have a fun fact for you guys in the audience right now, because there's one thing all of these maps do have, and there's one thing all of these maps do not have. In terms of what they have, it really feels like every single map in the ladder is a standard game kind of thing. They have those 3 bases to set up. There's nothing really cheeky about it. You have acceleration zones, sure, but they're mostly in the middle of the map to buff up your movements in terms of how do you want to see your units mobilize in the first place. But besides that fact, it really is just some ladder map pool that you can enjoy if you like playing a really standard game. What they don't have though is they don't have those Cell Naga towers anymore. Seems like they have been phased out. If you guys notice, every single map in our map pool right now just doesn't have that big vision. And people say that it's because it favored Zerg a lot better, since they have the fastest units to really just keep an eye out on it. And since you only need a Zergling anyway, who apparently knows how to use a Cell Naga tower, then that is the case. Still though, Fate right now trying to play the aggro, brings in a Hellion. Good movement though from Killer Monyas, avoiding the fire as much as possible, and our Protoss will stand that one up and still survive Fate though in the meantime. More Marines equals more troubles for Killer Monyas. And with the reactor into play, it's all about these gunners right now to get back in position. Interesting enough though, Fate is gonna bring in some old school Banshee Cloak into play here and now. Blink though, gonna be the way to go here from Killer Monyas, a little bit parting right there. And you don't see this too often in all honesty. Now, you see Blink Stalker, right? You get normal Stalkers, but it isn't as concrete as that. Not many players go straight into Blink. Usually they go for the Robo, they go for the Robo Bay, they get the Colossus, they get Disruptor, they have 2 Robo actually, just to make sure they have even more mech, and they get Blink along the way. So Killer Monyas, when he goes for the earlier Blink, he is going to be making sure that these stalkers are going to be as effective as possible. And it's all about that micro, from what I've been seeing so far. It's all about making sure that you can get away from things like the Marauders and the Marines if your stalkers are quite low. And all you have to do is make a concave and make sure everything works in that way. But here we go again, Killer Monyas scouting around though with the Observer. Putting it here in the middle by the lily pads. And it really goes to show that Killer Monyas has had a really good vision game so far. But Fate gets the scan on, has a bit of an idea for it, just making sure that there's nothing there. And goodbye to the Observer, and hello Fate, getting free things along the way. He can do whatever he wants now without getting peeped over. And as of yet, this is just gonna be Fate looking to make sure his bases are up and running. Since he went for the reactor tech first and foremost, he is just gonna get more and more Marines right now. In the meantime though, those Banshees, I've been looking for them all across the map, and it seems like they are on a journey here, ladies and gentlemen. They are on a trek to go all the way and see where they can actually find a place to call home. Interesting enough though, there's a launch bay here. Unfortunately, Fate can't really use it per se, but we'll see right now if Fate can actually launch himself to the lead with the cloak tech here and now. Scout around, see what the best target is, and maybe just maybe this pylon as well as this natural Milrine is the way to go. Probes right now will get shut down, forced back on off. We get some gateways go into place, so Teague recall to try and answer back. And these Banshees are hightailing it out of there just in case that there's an Observer into play. The chase is on though, and we go over, panning to the left side onto the third base. These Banshees are just really paying for themselves. 12 probe kills so far, lost mining time, forced reactions here from Killer Monyas, and Fate is just capitalizing every single hit that he can do. Now you can see this Artosis pylon, but he is going to go for the main base first. One good shutdown on this pylon can really hurt the chances here of Killer Monyas. And we've seen him play without the rope facility before, but as I say that, seems like Fate is going to get spotted. A little too greedy right there. And with the Observer into play, Killer Monyas will kill that one up. And even though he lost so many workers, he can go for the Chrono Boost and get as many probes as he was like from those 3 Nexus points. So now the hunt is on, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Killer Monyas go on the aggression instead. It's time for him to push. It's time to see if the laser beams can actually do enough damage. But in the meantime, Fate is no slouch. He is always answering back on the macro side. He is always making sure that his army is good to go. And we have seen him take a win before with the speed zones, and he's trying to do it again. Stim Black plus the acceleration equals gotta go fast, faster than ever. Force Fields though trying to get into play. It doesn't pan out though, and seems like for Fate, that's enough. He's happy to take one Colossus out. He's happy to say that that is gonna be a really good defense for him. And I gotta call him the hold master here because he has been holding his ground and more so far. Observer though gonna be looking for the setup. The Stalker, he is moving over to the west side yet again. And here we go with Fate right now, getting more and more of these upgrades. +2/+2 looking to go online. Seems like the medevac though gonna get fully loaded. And this is Fate making sure that this third base is also up and running and good to go again. But for Fate, he has a good timing here to actually go over the aggression. Killer Monyas sure has the bigger army, but with a little bit of positioning and with a little bit of a concave, it should be enough to go for a good surgical strike. But as I say that, charge slots are there, and Fate is just playing in the shock cannon range. Eventually though, these charge slots are just going to sacrifice their lives for the greater good, making sure that the Stalkers can go for the push. Killer Monyas though refusing to commit, doesn't want to take too much damage, and this is just working out in favor of Fate because these siege nets are bringing in the brawl. Eventually though, the Stalkers deciding enough is enough, goes for the aggressive play, goes for the takedown. These zealots are still on the march, really trying to slice and dice their way to victory, and whatever Fate brought to the table is going to get cleaned up. Good idea, but in the end, it's just too many to hold. And as soon as Fate saw those charge slots, he stood back on that. Killer Monyas really gave him a lot of time to figure something out, but in the end, it's still our Protoss saying, screw it, I'm just gonna go for it, and it's gonna be high time to go for a fiesta here because this is the Protoss cleaning up this upcoming third base. He is already looking to shut this one down. These SCVs are forced to navigate and forced to get the hell away, and Fate yet again, when he decides to say, I can go for the aggro this time, Mom, it just doesn't pan out for him. We saw it blow up in his face a while ago against Jaros, And it seems like it's a safe case here against Killer Monyas, but at the very least, he will be able to hold. He will be able to step aside and bring back the reinforcements to get a bit of those charge shots out of there. But Killer Monyas is not one to stop. Now this side here for Killer Monyas is really, really efficient because the grass as well as the rocks do block out that vision, and these ground units are kind of hidden for the time being. Doesn't even matter though because Fate doesn't even have any kind of vision there in the first place. But he is going to go for the missile turret to try and shut down a Warp Prism. It is actually a sensor tower rather, just to see all of this. And as soon as the circle shows up, there's going to be a lot of flashing red here on the top left. Let's just look at the Fate's perspective. Yeah, that's scary. That is a no-go right there. And here comes the push again. Now, while we do see a bit of the Widowmine drops there, it doesn't really matter because it is going to be high time to go for the third base yet again. Mules as well as SCVs are going to get pulled. We want to see Fate get more middle, so he needs to make sure those things are working. And as of the moment, the Archons are going to be out in front, hooking up a storm. But in the meantime, Siege Knight can be in behind. Orbital Command cannot stem the side, and it will fall down. Here comes Killer Monyas right now, going for the push. The Stalkers, though, are going to be the only ones left. The Chargers are trying to get back in position. The Colossus in behind, though, still getting some free damage. And it really is just going to be Fate trying to go for the push-pull antics. Can he get enough units there from Killer Monyas to kill themselves running into the foray? Seems like it's not the case because the Stalkers and the Colossi are so well controlled right now that Killer Monyas is saying, this is my line and I will not cross it. The charge shots are a bit of a loose cannon. They just do whatever the hell they want to do. And that is that for another base there for Fate. Killer Monyas taking a lot of map control right now. And he is just keeping an eye out here as well. Can he actually see what's going on here with the Observer? Yes, he does a little bit. The numbers are there, but Killer Monyas still very confident that he can go for the push. Only problem though is I gotta command Fate and his upgrade progress every single time. Poor Marine. But yeah, anyway, he has +2/+2 already online here. He's going for +3 armor just to kind of mitigate the damage there from the Colossus in the first place. And right now, we get the Archon drop onto the main base, trying to cleave up a bit of destruction in the first place. Fate right now trying to play SimCity, but unfortunately, there is a natural calamity waiting to happen. And his name is Killer Monyas. Cleans up the racks over there. Burning Barracks going to be into play as well. And Killer Monyas still holding on. Fate trying to go for the push against the bigger bulk of the army. The Stalkers say no. And with the fact of the matter that Fate cannot split up his ball whatsoever, he has to make hard choices. Where will he defend? Where will he attack? He's going to be trying to get back to the main base, but these Zealots have already packed a punch, and this might be it. This is going to be a last stand here from Marauders. They put up a good setup for themselves to make sure that the Marauders are in front rather than the Marines themselves. But this is going to be enough. Sure, the Archons are going to be getting the flash damage, but this is really all about the charge, so it's getting into the fray. And here we go, though, with Fate actually stopping Killer Monyas into the front line, allowing him to finally clean up whatever's going on in the main base. Missile turret, though, is well placed. It gets the shutdown onto the Warp Prism. And our Terran player living the fights another day yet again. Now, one thing Killer Monyas hasn't been able to do is expand after all of this. He kept up the pressure, he kept up the fights, and right now he's going to be in a pretty bad spot because he's only on 3 base, and he's running out of minerals, and he's running out of time. Can he actually do anything by this point? Again, this is upcoming army because Fate has just said, I'm going to put Fate onto these barracks, and I'm going to be building as many things as possible. High ground right now being taken. Fate looking to make a staging point for himself. And with the +3 online on the armor, you can really say that Colossus is going to tickle these Marauders. Tickle me fancy, and tickle me to try and get that takedown. Disruptor of Dreams, though, might be the way to go. High Templar with Psystorm going to be a good answer as well if they can actually get that upgrade. But right now, the ability isn't going to be into play. It's all about the Archons as of yet. Archon Warp going to get spotted. Observer is seen as well. And Fate right now looking for the big push, looking for the big Cowabunga strike. And as of the moment, he's also setting up the concave yet again. The Marauders right now packing such a big punch. This is such a Marauder heavy composition. And really is just geared to deal with the Stalkers into this one. You can see both armies are getting dissipated. But Killer Monyas is losing out here and now. And this might be it. Can Fate equalize? The Marauders are bringing in the brawl. Nova throw to try and get the slap, but it isn't gonna happen. And this is just Fate looking to answer back to try and get his own win. He has been able to hold, he has been able to sacrifice what he needed to do, and he has bought himself this time enough time to survive. But will this be it? Will this be the clincher? Zealot sacrifice to try and buy some time. The Archons are there to bring in the DPS. Shield battery working overtime there. Unfortunately, though, the battery overcharge has been used, but I don't think Fate realizes this and doesn't want to push into that one. He only has a small number of Marauders right now in this game, and he is going to be trying to reinforce with the rest from from his bases. And apparently, Ninja expansion here from Kilamonias gonna get spotted on out. So the income here from Kilamonias even getting worse and worse. And in a case like this, it's hard for the Protoss to come back. So GG is called. Fate will survive. We are all tied up, 1-1. There you go, guys. That is game number 2 in a nutshell. Fate answering back, surviving long enough to get the upgrades, and it really feels like that has been the case for Fate. If he can survive, if he can stand the test of time, if he can keep it up, then you already know that he can bring in the fight. The +3 there, making such a big difference to keep him alive. And even though Killer Monyas with some good ideas, especially with drops, in the end, losing out on the front line, couldn't get a push against the Marauders, didn't have enough. We didn't get the Dark Templar this time, we didn't get the Disruptors early enough, we also didn't get Psystorm. And that was just a good night at the casino there for Fates. The Marauder heavy composition. You don't see it too often, in all honesty. It's the one comp from Bioballs that you don't see as much as you would like. But when it works, it works. And against the mech heavy composition there from Killer Monyas, it worked out perfectly. Those Marauders, so very effective. Slow effect as well from Concussive Shell. Very, very efficient at making sure that the trades go in favor of the Terran. And that is gonna be that. For game number 3, will be Oxide LE this time. We saw it a while ago. That's an interesting map wherein we have the positioning from the rocks really make sure your navigation isn't going to be as smooth as the last one. Seems like though our players are good to go and you guys are tuning on in to the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. Gotta say that these games have been so spicy that even my nose is absolutely itching and I am itching for some more action. PVT though, between our two EESC members, they refuse to let up, they refuse to surrender, and they are just hungry to try and make it to the next round. Question is though, who will it be? Will it be our Terran, or will it be our Protoss? I want to ask you guys, what do you think? Who has impressed you more? Has it been Fate, or has it been Killer Monyas? We'll find out in just a bit, as here we go again. Introducing first. Here on the top right of Oxide LE, it is our Orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. His opponent though, here on the bottom left of Oxide, he is your Red Terran, and his name is Fate. So there you go, guys. 1-1. We are not done yet. We are going to be getting into game number 3. And we'll see what this one's gonna be all about this time. Killer Monyas versus Fate. What we saw in game number 1, Killer Monyas holding, Killer Monyas answering back, and Killer Monyas stopping the all-in. On the other side though, game number 2, Fate holding, Fate answering back on the main bulk, getting the upgrades in time, shutting down the drop eventually, and saying that these losses aren't enough for me to be desperate. These losses are gonna be still serviceable, and it was just him keeping up the economy, keeping up the production, and winning the best way he knows how. So with a 1-1 scoreline, whoever wins this will move on to the next parts of the lower brackets. And as I say that, second Nexus here for Killer Monyas. Gameplay gonna be there as well. Standard gameplay so far. Both sides really respecting each other's macro and saying, hey, let's just go at it yet again. Big army versus big army. Who can actually take it? Who can actually get the win? Because we are not done yet in this set. This is the best of 3. And right now, these two guys are showing us the best StarCraft that they can muster. Really goes to show why they are both under the ESC banner. They're really showing why They're both absolutely amazing. They are in the Masters bracket, and they know each other so very well that they're having a lot of fun in these series against one another. In a case like this, though, Killer Monias gonna be going for the Chrono Boosted Out Stalker, and we'll be going for the Warp Gate Research as well. Now, when you go for the Chrono Boost onto the Gateway unit, you're anticipating some early aggro, and you want to make sure that you can answer back. Now, I say though that Warp Gate Research is very essential, and the faster you get it, the faster it can happen. And hey, so early Stalker though, is gonna be making sure that it will stop the Reaper in the first place. Nexus Point though. We're gonna get some more probes right now, and Killer Monias really has that tendency to build up the two Nexus points to get the best economy he can and just work from there. One thing I noticed though from the last game, he stopped really building on those bases. He had 4 bases overall, and just couldn't keep up the economy of Fate in the end, even though he had that worker lead. So bit of a problem for him reinforcing his lines, and when you see the Protoss getting torn apart, especially on the worker lines, then you already know that it is a problem right there. Anyway though, we are gonna see now Hellions being built here by Fate. 1-1-1 setup gonna be into play here for a Terran, and he is just gonna be looking to make sure that he can defend as much as possible. In the meantime, though, Blink Star still here for Killer Monya, so if it ain't broke, then go for it again. Even though it broke before, I think it still work, right? This should work. This should be good. Now, we'll see how this one is gonna pan out for both. Seems like, though, we're seeing the same kind of game from our players. At the very end, though, Fate is also keeping an eye out on his edges, putting a supply depot there. And you gotta say that if that's something that can keep you alive, then might as well do it right, Fate, though. Also going for Banshee Cloak, and I'd expect Killer Monias to be a lot more ready for it this time. He already has the Observer, gonna be looking for the Scouts, and at the very least here for the Protoss player, he's gonna be having the roll facility, getting a second Observer as well. Fate, though, in the meantime, trying to navigate onto the natural, but not only do the buildings get in the way, but also the Stalkers. They're already trying to shut down the Reaper and the Hellion. The probe will survive, and everything is safe and sound on the worker line. Good defense yet again here from Killer Monias, but for Fate, he's just like, okay, that happened. I'm gonna be keeping an eye out, and I'm gonna be doing what I did before. Banshee right now, waiting for his counterpart, waiting for his pair. One Banshee is scary already, guys, but two is even worse. The DPS from the missiles really just tearing apart everything and anything, insta-giving whatever you lock on in the first place, especially on the workers. And with Cloak and Tool, it's even better. Energy, though, is gonna be a bit of an issue. It's all about that time limit, and in a case like this, Killer Monias is anticipating some kind of navigation there from his opponent. He puts a pylon all the way on the north side. He wants to make sure that he can keep an eye out on his opponents, but as of yet, where are the Banshees? Where are they now? They are just keeping an eye out on the main base as of yet, and playing the defense. But Robo Bay now into play here for Killer Monias. He's not wasting any time. He's getting straight into the tech that he needs, and he wants to make sure he has the answer and he has the third base up and running. Lots of economy right now here for Killer Monias compared to before. And with these Stalkers moving over to the low ground, he can't play the aggro in this one. In any case, though, seems like our Terran is going around and around the map yet again. But someone is knocking, and it's not a Girl Scout. It is the Stalker Brigade looking to happen and looking to destroy whatever is there to come. Banshees, though, floating on in, and I cannot wait to see what kind of damage these guys can really do. Strategic Recall gonna be so very helpful here for Killer Monias, but the bigger one has to be wherever that Observer is placed. And with the Disruptor into play here early for Killer Monias, seems like he's anticipating something else. But here comes the Banshees yet again, bringing in the DPS, forcing the pull. We see the same shades from Jagannatha. And in a case like this, Fate is just cleaning up house, but this Disruptor, all alone, all-seeing eye, sure, but it cannot detect those Banshees. Seems like, though, for Fate, he just backs on out. He's waiting for the push, he's waiting for the army, but he's getting no response whatsoever here from Killer Monias. He's still sticking around with the Stalkers in the front line. This Disruptor, though, oh, that's so unfortunate. Seems like Killer Monias forgetting that he put the unit there in the first place, and waiting for these Banshees to go over to natural, waiting to see if this Observer can spot it, to no avail. So here we go on to the west side. Stalkers right now going for the push, blink on forward, and think about the Banshees, and they can really pack a punch against those Stalkers, sure, but with the number of Killer Monia's Stalkers as well as the Blink upgrade, he can easily micro and make sure that the DPS is there in the first place. Right now, though, the DPS, speaking of, is in the front line. Killer Monias looking to deny this third base here from Fate. He's trying to set up on the low ground, but no sir, it ain't gonna happen anytime soon. In a case like this SCVs, while they are mid-transition, they are just getting torn apart. But here we go again. Fate having the army count in his favor. Blake Stalker to get the hell away. Stimpak right now trying to go for the chase. No concussive shell though, so no slow effect. And Philomonias turns around, sees the Hero Marauder, gets that takedown there and then. And right now, our Protoss is looking pretty solid so far. Still though, it's getting very, very scary here for Kilomanias. He doesn't want to see Fate get into that critical mass. He doesn't want to see him get all the way to the 200 mark with all those units. Because a while ago, it was just a case of him having lesser of an army compared to his current opponent. So right now, he's using the stock to the best degree. But as soon as I say that, seems like Fate right now going to be bringing the Marines and the Marauders in a good spot to shut those down. Even though the Blink micro was there, it just didn't pan out whatsoever. Kilomanias back to the drawing board and looking to defend. That's a very interesting formation, Disruptor and Colossus. But right now, what else is forming up? These Banshees are still alive and being as pesky as can be. Now, Kilomanias has to shut these guys down immediately because they are going to be there forever. They are going to be a force, a ghost of a Phantom Strike force to really look for a fight or two, look for a small opening. But now it does get shut down, and here comes the march from Kilomanias. He knows that there's not going to be backline pressure anymore. He's happy to march on that with the Colossi. And splash damage going to be very, very essential in the first place to bring in the DPS there and then. But here we go again. And remember guys, we're live on both Facebook as well as Twitch. You can easily join our giveaways. 10 euros for both platforms. One of them, like, share, comment. The other one, well, it's a simple one there. All you have to do is make sure that you are followed on the channel and type in ! raffle to join into that one. We'd appreciate you guys also advertising the stream to help us out grow our small community of passionate players. And with returning faces like Killer Monias and Faith and even Jeros, these guys are making sure that we have an amazing player base to bank on if need be. Still though, our Terran now gonna have a good number of siege tanks, gonna have these medevacs into play as well. In the meantime though, Killer Mania still sticking around with the Stalkers. And I gotta ask though, that are these Stalkers gonna be a good investment in the long run? We saw the success of the charge lots, we saw the success of the Colossi and Disruptors. And right now, it's really just Killer Monias and his Blink Stalker Micro making him really favor these units. I'd love to see some DPs though, and I know I'd love to see an Adept opening from him in the near future, but it's probably this is a bread and butter. And when you know that this is what you can do best, then might as well stick with it, right? And refine it as much as possible. Speaking of refinement though, Killer Monias gonna be looking to build some disruptors into this one. Interesting thing to note though is he only has one robo facility, I believe. Oh, he has a second one, joke lang. That's a prank there. That's a prank there, guys. So he has two robo facilities, and this is pretty much standard right now with the Mech Force. Speaking of Mech Force though, seems like the scouts here from Killer Monias gonna get shut on down, and Fate will answer back yet again on the high ground. So for Fate, it's all about that positioning. We've seen him succeed before because of it, and he's trying to do the same old thing. Now, siege tanks, very, very strong here, especially on the third base. They put the rocks here just to make sure that they cannot be abused. And this is though, here we go with the Novas, and look for the big boom on the siege tanks they go. And attacks get pulled up to the range. Blink Stalkers also getting in the front line. And Klemonias is proving to us why he goes for these Blink Stalkers. He knows how to play aggressive with it. He knows when to push and when to pull. And right now, he's showing some really good control. Fate though, in the meantime, still needs to keep it up. 21 Marines and 18 Marauders. Not as big as you would expect with a 10 army lead. And Kilomanias setting up with a very, very big deathfall, and he's sticking around in the cavern so far. Dangerous waters against the siege tank, sure, but at the very least, you're not gonna get overrun by a big army there and then. And for Kilomanias, back to the high ground. I haven't really seen these players though break down the rocks themselves. because Fate is busy using the map to his advantage, and goodbye to every little bit of the advantage that came up with, because Killer Monyas again with the Blink Stalkers, and that has to be the answer there. We've had a mystery. Why is he building Blink Stalkers? Answer: hunt down Medivacs and shut him down fully loaded. Huge hits here from Killer Monyas, and he's priming himself to move on to the next round. Can he keep it up though? Can he get the aggression here and now? Killer Monyas is on the high ground still and looking to face off against Fate here, but stage 9 positioning is key. Our Protoss doesn't want to full commit against all of that, but maybe these Novas can make the difference. Now the rock's gonna get torn apart. Oh, the humanity. Oh, these poor rocks. They were there from the Stone Age, and now they have been turned into pebbles instead. But maybe, just maybe, we will see a smoldering crater very, very soon, because the Novas are into play. Beautiful hits onto the chunks, and if you ever had some chocolate chunk ice cream, seems like right now we are seeing Killer Monyas make that happen and more. Unfortunately though, some of the disruptors do fall since they cannot move, and Fate really looking for the punish on both sides. Now this lone disruptor, yet again, Killer Monyas leaving it alone, and it is now turning into an endangered species kind of deal. Still though, Dark Shrine, good call here from Killer Monyas, going to be very effective at leaving a path of destruction. And here we go again though with the Brawl. He's trying to shut down the command center there, but Fate this time is ready for it and will answer back accordingly. +3 though here for Killer Monyas. +2 in the meantime here for Fate. And the armor upgrades are really piling on to try and really slow down the damage here from the Colossi. Still though, the beams are crossing, the beams are there, and more of these giraffes are into play. The Striders are here to stay. The Striders are here to cook up as a storm. And maybe, just maybe, after the game, you can ask the Colossus, can you cook me up a steak? Completely well done, and it's gonna get burnt to an absolute crisp. Speaking of that one though, one Colossus will fall, and Killer Monyas right now sending in some scouting charge slots to maybe get some intel there and then. He's also shutting down any kind of bases. And the thing to note here for Killer Monyas, he's maximized on this map. Gotta commend him here. He has all 6 bases on his side. And the only way he can expand here is to step on his opponent. Right now, he's trying to do that and more. And his income is looking very, very substantial. 2.3k minerals with 300 gas in spare. He can go for as many charge slots as he wants. And it seems like he's doing just that. Going for the Brawl. Forces out the repair. Planetary Fortress Throw, bringing in the DPS. But you know, I gotta still commend what Killer Monyas has done in this game. Look at his map control, except, I guess, these probes. Back to work, guys. Come on, guys. Back to work, please. But yeah, 6 bases here on Oxide, and he has taken full control of every little bit of it. He has 72 workers, and he's not bringing it to fight yet again. He can easily go for the 200, but the beautiful backstab here from Fate against these Colossi. Now, interesting enough, they are going to be getting in position here to just get shot down by the Stalkers. And even though the initial position there for Fate was already good, Killer Monyas is bringing the hurt and making it even better. All about map control right now here for our Protoss, and he is just tearing apart all these outermost bases here from Fate. Fate is also out of time, and here we go again with another push for the stim back. Catches up the losses there, beautiful assassinations here from our Terran, but is it enough? No sirree, because Killer Monyas is on the hunt, and he is still out in front. Painful stuff to see, because this is just our Protoss making sure that Fate will not be able to stand a chance whatsoever into the next attack. And with the amount of minerals our Terran has, this might be it. Desperate repair on the Planet Fortress cannot even be done without those minerals for resources. And it's going to be high time for Fate to throw everything at Killer Monyas. Good catch though, onto the Colossus. Stalkers are still there holding the line. Salzo cleaning up a path of destruction. And this has to be it. Killer Monyas will move on. Fate will call GG. And when Killer Monyas remembers to build those bases, you can see him just pull away with every little bit that he has. Great game there as well. A really good game there from Killer Monyas. Gotta commend his usage of the map itself. He got every base that he needed to get. He got every little bit on his side, and he took map control on the high ground to map control from the low ground, and he was just able to mobilize every single bit of his army. More and more charge lots, more and more warp gates, just the way to go for a Protoss player with a good amount of minerals. And in the end, you know, I've been itching like crazy on my nose because of that series, and it has been an amazing set between our 2 Spanish players. But Killer Monyas again wins it against Fate. 2-1 this time though. Beautiful improvements here from Fate. But I gotta say, when he is put on the ropes, he's an amazing defender. But then it's just so hard for him to go for the comeback. His opponents are able to get into the lead, and in the end, even though we see some great potential from Fate, the comebacks don't happen unless the upgrades are there. GG called. Flormanias moves on. He'll be waiting to see who wins against Jairus as well as Marsman, and who he is in our top three so far, but not in the money as of yet. Can he get the runner-up spot? Can he be the champion this time? We'll find out very, very soon. In the meantime, guys, we'll take a break. Stick around. This is the October invasion here from Project Chaos Esports.
It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar, the tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar, the tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy.
Yet one spark of hope remains.
It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors.
Fate ain't written Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing. My life for ire.
After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. everything we've been through. Past all the fire and fury. Our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
So hello guys and welcome back to the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. And my oh my, that last series has absolute nail biter. It wasn't even a no scratcher if you guys could see me. And it really just goes to show that our EESC boys always bringing in the best from one another. But in the end, it is our Protoss standing tall. Kilomonias taking that one 2-1. And the next game, guys, will finally be, I believe, the semifinals coming our way. We've been waiting for this one to happen for quite a while already. And here in the October Invasion, well, you got Marsman and Jaros waiting on to that. But before we get into our matchup itself, let's check out the standings real quick from our amazing prod team. And you can already see that Killer Manyas able to propel himself to that third place. 3 wins, 1 loss. He's the one waiting in the lower bracket finals here and now. In the meantime, though, our 2 semifinals are still there. Jaros versus Marsman. These guys are looking for the brawl. These guys are looking to show off one another. And I cannot wait to see what our 2 players are going to be up to in just a bit. Because it is best of great time between our 2 players. Both Grandmasters, both with rich stories to tell. And we talked about extensively how great Jaros has been in the September challenge. But look at Marsman's because this guy might be the real deal as well. Looking at the history, 2019, 2020 has been the year of Marsman. He has been completely on point with what he has been up to. He's been able to play multiple weekly tournaments and win some of them. And also he was in the last DreamHack that actually wasn't canceled. Oh no, it was IEM rather. So the last one that actually wasn't canceled, the last one that actually happened with people, IEM Catuus, happening all the way at the starts of the year. And he was able to show up there in the offline qualifiers. He was able, I believe, to make it to our top 60. So that's pretty solid money for him already. And it really goes to show that these 2 guys might be able to bring out the best from one another. And we'll find out as we get into this best of 3. 1 from the east side, 1 from the west. We got 1 from the Netherlands, and we got 1 from Ukraine. Cannot wait to see, though, what this one is going to be all about. Because Jaros, he is our returning champion. Him making it to the upper bracket semifinals was already, expected in the first place. In the meantime, Marsman is our newest challenger to the scene, and having a player like this of this caliber might be even better for our tournament run, really bringing up the level of competition here and now. Our first map, though, is going to be maybe familiar to many of you if you've been playing the ladder before, but if this is your first time into a season, well, it's a new one, that's for sure. Lightshade LE. Personally, my favorite of all the maps that we have gotten new into this one. And when we check something like this out, we got Marsman on the Protoss. We got Jaros on the Terran. PVT time into this matchup. And it seems like we're just getting a little bit of a request right there from our players, just in case, for a few things here and there for a few tournaments. Besides that, PVT, what is this matchup? We've seen it a while ago already in the lower bracket. We'll see it again here in the upper bracket semifinals. When you check out a game like this, the thing about it really boils down to the Bioball versus the mech, the AoE versus the numbers, and the drops versus, well, the drops. It's all about that micro. It's all about seeing who can move around the map. And when we get into a map like Lightshade, then you can already see what I'm talking about, how familiar it can be. 1 base, of course, you started with it. 2 base, easy. 3 base, still pretty easy. And maybe, just maybe, if you've ever seen another season before, you can check it out and compare it to the maps like Acropolis and Simulacrum. But here we are. It's time for upper bracket semifinal. This has been a long-awaited game, and we're finally in it. Introducing first, here on the top left of Lightshade, it is gonna be our Red Protoss, and his name is Marsman. In the meantime, here on the bottom right, he's our defending champion, and he's on the yellow Terran. His name is Jaros. Team Harbingers on the Terran side versus Team Archangel, GG, EU. So, European wing of Archangel Gaming. If you guys have never heard of Jaros though, then first of all, are you guys living under a rock? This guy's pretty popular nowadays, especially in the 2019 and 2020 scene. Within the top 10 of the Netherlands region, basically. He is one of the best players in that top 5 actually between our Dutch gamers in the first place. And you already know that in StarCraft 2, the Dutch people have brought us so many amazing personalities and people to really enhance the scene and more. And Marsman is one of them within the top 200 as well of the StarCraft 2 scene. So he really knows his stuff and he's been really bringing it against so many different people that you can see into the biggest leagues of them all. In the meantime, though, he is also looking to get a little bit more done here in the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. He has been on a tear in the past 2 years, especially this 2020, because of his participation in weekly tournaments or monthly tournaments just like this, winning a few of them, getting into the prizing, and of course, going for as many DreamHack ESL as well as IEM qualifiers along the way. So it really goes to show a lot of, well, focus here from Marsman. He's been making sure that he can really bring his all, and this is going to be no different against our defending champion, who's already setting up his second base as well. In the meantime, we talked about Jaros a lot last month, but hey, can't really go wrong with that. Team Harbingers right there, really going as much as possible to represent his team as well as his region. He's been in a number of tournaments here and there as well, similar to Marsman, but it really isn't. It's a kind of converse. 2019 was more of his year. This time he's trying to get back into it. And when you look at the stats though, Marsman has had a lot of different matches against a lot more top tier talent. Just in the meantime, within that top 10 in the Ukrainian scene here and now. But can he prove himself against a Protoss of this caliber? He's taken down Killer Monyas before in our last month. Can he do it against a crate like Marsman here and now? Will the skill gap be a little too much to handle? Both of these players though in Grandmaster, so gotta say that this can really go down to the wire if need be. Jaros though already setting up on the Reaper and up the Blackbound because it's time to get into the action. But if you guys are tuning on and this is one match you'll want to see, this is one match to check out, and this is going to be one match to watch out for in the first phase. The Reaper though controlled yet again by Jaros, does get 2 kills, and we've seen for Jaros that he is really exceptional at that Reaper control, getting in and out, getting as much value as possible, making sure that the answer there is just going to be in front of him. But in the meantime, Marsman right now with Stalker and the Adept looking to play aggro, backing on away instead. And right now, Jaros setting up that bunker, saves the SAV as well, puts it on the inside, and that is that for the initial onslaught from both of our players. But man, it's great to have a format like this again in terms of the map. Lightshade LE already skyrocketed to my favorite. You have your gap between the fort as well, or maybe even the 5th, besides the main base. You need to get to that high ground there, and then speaking of the higher ground, then you can always hop around with the Reaper here. First and second base is pretty much connected, pretty much essential to get what one. Third base is still on the high ground, and usually you see players get this base first, but they can also go for the aggressive one on the low ground there. So 4 bases really secured in a matchup like this. As we said before, Acropolis, Simulacrum, usually on those kinds of maps, you go for the vertical kind of expansions. It seems like Lightshade is going to be no different because if you have a 4th base on the low ground there, we have a 5th base that can be a high ground there as well, and you have 7 bases for both of our players. Difference is though, in the middle of the map, there is grass, there are these ramps that go onto your side as well as the opposite side, and it has a lot more open ground compared to the maps we previously talked about before. So what did I do? I gave you guys the player background. I gave you guys the map background. What is this? What is this kind of talk, guys? It really feels like I'm just going for a YouTube video or something. Welcome, guys, to Lightshade. My name is Dax, and this is what you do on a map like this. But these guys are gonna show us how it's done because we are finally getting the upgrades here by the 5-minute mark. Jaros is on to Stimpap, and he's trying to get that +1. He's on triple Ras right now, and he's on double Tech Lab, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him mix up a few Marauders in this mix. Raven gonna be on to, well, the background as well. And in the meantime, Marsman is going to be playing the Stalkers. And does he have Blink? Yes, he does. So Blink Stalker, still a popular choice here and now in the Project Chaos esports scene. Seems like these guys really just want to go for the Blinks and wants to go for as much value as possible. And does it buy some time to get the heavy mech in the first place. With Blink Stalker, they're tanky units, they're very, very versatile. And in a map like this, all you need is vision, and you can get to the high ground. Now, we've seen the ladder map will be criticized to be very Terran favored because of how it's set up, but with Blink Stalker on the Protoss, then you can also do the same things the Terrans want to do. So I'd like to call here from Marsman. It really feels like this ladder pool has made sure that some strategies work better than others, and we are seeing it right now as well. We're seeing Blink Stalker in a bit of a resurgence. It has been very popular, but then again, it also saw a little bit of the popularization in the GSL scene, trying to do some other different things rather than the Blink itself. But especially against Terran, it's so effective because you save your units against the cost effectivity on the other side. You're able to go for maximum DPS no matter what. And basically, you're sticking on armored units. You want to force out Marauders rather than the multiple amount of Marines. And Marsman right now can have his Colossus into play with Sentries in the mix. Now, the old school strat, Sentry, as well as Stalker with Immortal. Now it is Sentry Stalker, maybe one Immortal for good measure, but usually it's Colossi and Disruptors instead. Wouldn't be surprised to see Marsman also go for a second room facility here, and he's getting extendable thermal lance along the way. Still, the hunt is on. Jaros right now having his brothers out in front. And the Blink trying to save the day. One Stalker will go down, but everything else is happy about that. In terms of numbers though, Jaros is getting better and better and getting to that critical mass. 63 army right now versus 36. And it seems like a doom drop is upon us already into the main base. Catches that Colossus, literally spawning just to die. Back on the overcharge though is going to be there. And Jaros right now is marching into the middle line. Marsman cannot step aside whatsoever. One medevac will go down. Second one, only one more shot. That is going to be a good hit from Marsman. Seems like he scratches that one and says that Jaros, you have to work a little harder than that to get the hell away from me. But Marsman is still looking to survive. With a mindset on up. There we go with a slam on down. Sentries will go down. Stalkers are going to get some damage there as well. And the Zealots right now attacking it up. Colossus though needs to be kept alive. And Marsman now is on the ropes with Jaros taking map control. We've seen Jaros do this before, and he is showing that he is no underdog whatsoever. He is in heavy control right now. Catching out that second Colossus was absolutely huge. And in a case like this, Marsman has to retreat, but the Colossus will go down, and GG is immediately called. Jaros will win game number 1 in this set. Well played there by Jaros, and the right timing, right attack at the right time gives him the 1-0 lead. Underdog, more like defending champion in complete control here at the Project Chaos October Invasion. Absolutely well played there by Jaros. Timing that one really, really well. Going for the attack at the right time. Fending off the Stalkers, fending off the Adepts, and fending off and catching out the Colossus at the right time. Not just once, but twice. So our next map, I believe, will be Pillars of Gold LE. And maybe, just maybe for Marsman, it's going to be a lot more comfortable to have a bigger map to use. Lightshade LE in the meantime, just the drops happened, and there you go. You go into something a little older, and you might be able to stop that drop play, but you can really see how effective medevacs are into the meta right now because of the map pool. And in a case like this, might be the same kind of situation, but at the very least, you have a 2-3 level kind of setup. Now, lately, I believe StarCraft 2 has been updated to go past 3 levels of elevation. But besides that, since we're still using Team Liquid map pool winners from the map contest, well, they are on to that 3 level limit. So we're not seeing that one too much. Seems like though our players are ready to go. And Jaros He is just hungry for a victory. Seems like though he's been having a pretty hard time lately. He has direct back to Masters, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him make it to GM yet again with a performance like that. Game number 2 though is upon us. And Marsman, he's looking for revenge. Can he do it against Jeros? Just in the meantime, yet again, looking for that back-to-back crown. And we'll find out what this one's gonna happen. What's gonna happen into this one as game number 2 is going to be upon us. Solid says so far, solid October Invasion. And with games like this, it really proves that the amount of caliber in the EU scene is really at the top in the first place. This is just our semifinals, guys, so this is not the grand finals as of yet. And whoever wins this moves on to the grand finals, which is the best of 5. Whoever loses will face off against Kilomonias in the lower brackets. But in any case, let's not mince words and let's not waste time. Here we go again into StarCraft 2. So welcome back, guys, and game number 2 is upon us. Introducing first, here on the top right of Pillars of Gold LE, he is your blue Protoss, and his name is Marsman. In the meantime, on the bottom left, he is a map ahead, and he is looking to reap your soul with the Harbingers. He is on that red Terran, and his name is Jeros. Jeros, though, making me such a believer of what he's been doing so far. Perfect time attack, perfect execution, perfect catch, and just... you gotta give that chef's kiss because that was cooked to absolutely to the second. So really well played there by Jeros. Marsman in the meantime, making sure those blink stars can be effective. We saw some good micro here and there, but unfortunately, just losing that Colossus immediately, really cutting his DPS in half, and he could not bridge the gap of the numbers advantage because of that. So here we go again. Marsman though needs to come back to Earth, and we'll see if he can actually bring it on yet again. Gateway now being built, trying to blockade. Jeros though in the meantime, not gonna be going for anything cheeky. He wants to play it standard. He is a little bit, well, trying to figure out what Marsman's deal is, what Marsman's game is gonna be. He wants to make sure that he is ready for whatever is to come, expecting a lot of good things here from our Protoss. And just right now is on the hunt, but the Probe is able to get his shields basically back. And even though the SCV has the 5 HP advantage, you can see right now he's running on away. 18 HP on that Probe, should be able to get shields back online. Supply depot not get set on up. Marsman right now though is showing us some good worker control. And it's funny because there's so many differences of the workers. SCV has more HP, Protoss has shields, and the drone can regenerate. So effectively, you could say that the drone can win sometimes if microed correctly, Probe can win sometimes because it microed correctly, SCV in an attack move kind of state, you just win because you have one more shot on you compared to your opponent. But hey, enough about that. We've seen the worker control from these guys. They're already showing off with what they can do. Reaper though will say that enough is enough from the bullying and gets rid of the Probe there, and Jeros will also set up the bunker for the defense. So pretty much a standard game so far between our two players. And here we go with the Adept, at the very least, looking to scout things around with the Psionic transfer. Marsman will be keeping an eye out, gonna be making sure that, hey, he might be able to see someone coming his way. Jeros in the meantime with the Reaper. We'll see the side transfer can actually get anything done. Stalker though out in the front. Good shot down immediately from our Protoss. And in behind, teleports behind you. Nothing personal, kid. Goodbye to the SCV building the command center. It is 1 HP from construction. That has to hurt in the end. But hey, Marsman gets what he came for, and he'll be getting the hell out of there with the Adept. So again, not bad pokes whatsoever from both of our players. This time, I believe Marsman getting a slight edge, but it's ever so slight that doesn't even matter. He is gonna go for a Stargate opening though, and apparently it is a Phoenix time from him. It's not just one though, it is gonna be 2. And this is gonna be mass Phoenix from Marsman. There's one thing I can say about Phoenix. They're fast, they're nimble, they're very, very quick. They can shoot basically on the move, but they are a great unit, except when they're countered. As soon as Phoenixes are countered, they are paper thin. They are just something you laugh at. And you see your opponent go for mass Phoenix, it's just like, well, let's go Marines, right? But in the case like this though, we'll check something out as what's happening here. Whoa, whoa, going around and around and around. Hopefully everything is okay. Is everything okay, Prod? Because Jeros is bringing out these medevacs. Did we? Can you update me? I think we're okay though. I'll just continue, whatever. As we do see the Graviton Beam get the catch onto the Hellion there scouting around. Marsman in the meantime, Robo Facility gonna be setting on up. And these are just gonna be the Marines looking to get even more things up and running. So though in the meantime, Barracks is gonna be there. We got a starport for the Raven, and well, Jarrus at the very least setting up his city yet again to have everything he needs and more. All about the Phoenixes though here for Marsman, and how many can he build by this point? He has 4 of them taking control, and he's already exposed his hand with the Stargate in the first place. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jarrus just pump out as many Marines as possible right now, and that's what he's going to be up to. Raven also to help things out, maybe an Eye Mage or 2 can get a shutdown later on. But as of the moment, he has to make sure that he can defend against the number of Phoenixes coming his way. It really is just going to be all about being nimble and quick. And another good supporting unit to this would be the Adepts, but he's going straight into Robobay instead. So Marsman right now buying time with the Phoenixes, forcing a different kind of answer, and he can play back to the standard instead. Anyway though, here we go again. Jarrus is going to have all these Marines set on up, and they are going to be on the east side there. +1 will be next on the list, but look at this. The Phoenixes are already trying to bring in the hurt, but these Marines are well positioned, and Marsman cannot commit on this side. So, okay, let's try to take a different angle. Let's go around yet again. Let's see where we can actually go in the first place. And just circumnavigating, getting into the book, and getting in the middle of all of that. Mass Phoenix, this is a composition that is all about unit control. And you have to not only know where to attack, but also know where your opponent's units are in the first place. What can you shut down and what can't you? Running them in a big bulk of Marines is not the way to go, but these things are just so very fast, they can really go around as much as possible. Observer also helping it out. Here we go again though, and then trying to poke against the Raven, has to be very careful, and he'll get the shutdown. Marsman measuring up and just getting the punches out of nowhere. Basically, this is just hit and run tactics here from Marsman, and I love how he's controlling this. Behind all of this, he's having so good macro as well. He's going for 3 more gateways, he's going for another Nexus, he's also going for the Colossus as well, the +1. So it really goes to show this player is knowing what they really do in a situation like this and putting Jarrus on his toes. In the meantime, though, Jarrus is going to be going for the drop, but as I say that, Marsman is on the offensive yet again, sees the opportunity and seizes it immediately. The Mass Phoenix right now getting clean up, looking for the hunt. And it is going to be a chase on jet planes versus these dropships. Can we see Marsman actually make it there? These medevacs looking to survive afterburners will be so essential for them to keep it up. But I gotta say though, that this might be a one-way trip here for Jarrus, because not only are the Phoenixes into play, but the army is also there, and this is just Marsman bullying his opponent to submission. Jarrus gonna be trying to get the hell out of there, but these Phoenixes are on the hunt yet again, and these medevacs know that there is no way to survive. The Marines though are gonna be able to stem the tide, but the Graviton beams yet again lifting them up just to die like that. And Marsman in complete control up on the army count, something he wasn't able to do in the last game. He is just still in the fight and more, and he's doing an amazing job so far with these Phoenixes. Here we go again with the micro. This one Phoenix is just one shot away, but it refuses to die, and you even see the Marauder get caught up. Now, unfortunately though, for Jarrus, the Marauder will fall. The Marines can't scare it off in time. The shields are also regenerating, so it's time to hightail it out of there. And, you know, a while ago we said Jarrus finding the right strike at the right time. Got the 1 Colossus and took down the 2nd eventually. This time though, dealing with 2 Colossus, that is dangerous water that you are treading, my good friend. And this has to be Jarrus right now, having to keep an eye out of an angle that he can take. Can he defend with what he's building? He's going for some Vikings, he's going for a siege tank as well. He's already heavy on the medevac and the Marine Marauder count. Problem is though, with the Phoenixes in play, you already know that these balls are going to get split apart because SCVs are going to get caught there. You see the Marines right now trying to stem it off, and basically Marsman is looking for these clutch units to try and pick off. Can catch the siege tank? Can he catch the Vikings if ever in a skirmish? Seems like though Jarrus is going to be able to play the defense and hold on to the 3rd base and more. The only one problem about the Mass Phoenix approach at the start is it really is about hit and run tactics. You can never commit onto anything because these things are all about speed. And something also Phoenixes can't do, they can't shoot buildings at all. You cannot lift a building up unless it is your Terran opponent who lifts it up for you, as they can only shoot air and they have no real way to do anything else. So in the end, they become basically a support unit. And right now, we're going to see all the support in hand and more, because this is going to be high time for Jairus to try and hold the line. But Marsman is coming in from two different flanks. SCVs are full to try and stem the tide, but the siege tank already will fall down. The band-aids here from Medivacs might not be enough. The Stimpacks there, though, the mule's getting in the way, and the Colossus will actually go down. It's a good pick up here from Jairus. Marsman losing out here and now, and Jairus will be able to survive for a little bit more, but the force field will cut off the rest of the units, and it seems like the supply right now for Jairus is going to be all about the Medivacs there. Marsman in the meantime bringing in the Zealots yet again, and the Stalkers are trying to fight, but it seems like here our Blue Front us will have to back on out, because Jairus will catch up Colossi in time. And oh Marsman, where did it all go wrong? The Phoenixes went down, the Colossi went down, and in the end, Jaros having enough of that Pomadan iodine right there to keep them alive. Make sure that those wounds are disinfected in the first place. Beautiful cascade right there. It looks so dicey as soon as Jaros lost the siege tank, but Marsman was still in position. So right now, Marsman will have to do something else. Wants to go for the drops, does cycle in some Zealots to go for the slice and dice, cleave on up, but in the end, the cleanup is there from the Marines. Just needs to make sure that the Orbital Command is safe and sound. The siege tank also gets in the way. It's literally parked in front of the Zealots there, and the Warp Prism isn't spotted as of yet. So change of plans here for Marsman. It's up to, well, him to see if he can go for drop play like that, harass his opponent, and get rid of the distinction. Jairus, though, oh my god, is it all in time? And it seems like it's a Congo line waiting to happen. SCVs, bulky workers, who can get in the way, who can say that we can be the meat shields for you guys. We will sacrifice our lives just for the Terran Dominion to win this out. And we have a lone probe scouting. Did he actually see the SCVs in the first place? Marauders are going to be there to get the shots on. And here we go with the blade forward. But it doesn't catch any Vikings in time. In the meantime, though, Zealots are marching on in, but as soon as they make it there, they realize that there are no workers because everything else is already here in the front line. Jaros bringing in the drills and looking to be the one who can pierce the heavens with that one. He's looking to shut down this port base already with the Worker Evolution, and he is just keeping it up. But Marsman in the meantime with 92 army, and he's looking very, very solid into the setup. Seems like for Jairus, he realizes that he's just down onto the worker count, and he's gonna go for an all-in. Can he actually stay alive here? Because the Colossi are the same thing behind. Archons are there as well, being very bulky, and then Nova looking to connect on the Flowground as well. Jairus right now running out the army, running out of the workers, and Marsman will take that second game. The losses piling up, and Jairus saying, not screw it, we're just gonna go for it. But in the end, still not enough. Seems like the all-ins there with the SCVs just not working out as of yet for any of our Terran players. But gotta say, a good effort there from Jairus to try and figure something out, to try and answer back, and Marsman gonna be looking to stay alive and force out a game number 3. So Yaganata gonna be our third game here and now, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot wait for that one. And I'm just able to remember that last clash, and it really was just Jaros sacrificing so many workers there just to stay alive. The band-aids from Medivacs, keeping them alive, sure, the infantry standing up for themselves for very, very long. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. The workers were lost at the wrong times there for Jaros. And even though he felt like he could survive a little bit more, that worker count deficiency, a little too much to handle, even with mules into play. So Jaros like, screw it, I'm just gonna go all in. I'm gonna try my best and see how this one works. And what happened there? Well, it all fell apart as soon as Marsman took the lead and got in the way. Archon's in position. Really good swap there from Marsman to realize what he needed was bulkiness in the front line. And after that one, it's like, hey, Colossi are safe and sound, and they are just in the back there. And then, so a solid series so far, and we are going to be getting into game number 3. PVT on Yaganata. Gonna be another bigger map here to see some macro. Speed zones also essential for that movement. And we'll find out what this is gonna be all about. I say it's a bigger map, but it really feels like it's a map bigger in game rather than the picture, because it's a little compressed that way. It's not the full square that you would expect. So in terms of the horizontal x-axis, then it really is a little easier to navigate for the expansions. But besides that, you still have a long way to go to your opponent's base. and we'll find out who can take the win in this 1-1 scoreline. Because introducing first, here on the bottom left of Yaganata LE, it is your Red Saren, and his name is Marsman. His opponent, here on the top right, your defending champion looking to survive in the upper bracket. He is tied up with Marsman 1-1, and he is on your blue Terran. His name is Jaros. So here we go again. This is a series, ladies and gentlemen, and a while ago, Jaros, proper timing, proper time. Marsman, in the meantime, overwhelming from the get-go. Phoenixes into, well, all of that, just a little too much to handle to Jaros. So now Jaros has to prove that he can actually beat Marsman at his own game. Either that, or he times it so well, like last time, that Marsman will be forced to tap out of nowhere. But Marsman, ooh, Pylon gonna be here on the top left. And something to note here on Yaganata, as well as some of our newer maps, there's a lot of these grassy ways. You see it here on Yaganata, especially for a potential fort base that is protected by rocks and grass. Just blocking that line of sight. And right now, it seems like for Marsman, he's going to be anticipating that, hey, Jaros might not peek here. Jaros might not check this west side out, and I can actually build a gateway close to his base. Not a bad idea for Marsman to go for the proxy. He's also still playing it a bit standard because he will blockade it with the gateway and the cybercore. Now, if Jaros is able to scout this out in time, he might realize that cybercore is a little later than usual, but it seems like it's not going to be the case. No nexus point though, and if you see that as a Terran, it's like, okay, you only see the gate and the core. Something has to be happening, but Jaros has to see that first before he can really tell. Right now though, with the Reaper, it's going to be a good opportunity for him. And even though we see Marsman again trying to bully the SCVs, it's again the Reaper saying, I'm the big brother and I'm going to whoop your butts to go back to your base. So far, so good here for both sides. And right now, this is going to be Jaros actually hampering the initial Zealot here for Marsman. Now, Jaros is going to be wondering, why is there a Zealot this early into the game? Why are we seeing a Zealot right now, especially against Terran? Well, the Stalker will answer that question immediately because Marsman is already knocking on his opponent's door and Jaros in the meantime still setting up that bunker. So it's all about timings here and it seems like Marsman is the one who gets the angle in the first place. SCVs are pulled though, trying to get to the front line. It seems like there's going to be a bouncer effort here from the Zealot and the Stalker in the meantime looking to catch out the Reaper. Bounce though is there and a beautiful catch by Jaros actually to put his Marine in harm's way. I honestly thought that could have helped Marsman out because the Zealot was going to be right beside him. But at the very least, Jaros able to get on the inside. And these Stalkers right now are just going over to the west and tanking those bullets to bother the natural base. The time is ticking here for Jaros to answer back. This is going to be the supply depot wall set on up, the blockade. But with all of these Stalkers right now, you can already tell that they can bust through down this building very, very quickly. Also, Jaros going for the Hellion, but it was just gonna take all those Stalkers in the first place, and SCVs are pulled right now. Jaros is on the ropes. Marsman in the meantime making this a quick and clean game if he can actually win it out. But he has to be very careful, and the Marine will go down. The Hellion and the Marine still going to be in behind, but this is just too many Stalkers to handle, and Jaros will call GG. Marsman will take the series 2-1. And Jaros, given a taste of his own medicine, he won out against his previous opponent with a proxy. This time, he will be unable to defend the proxy from Marsman's side. The revenge of the Protoss right there to get our series. 2-1. Marsman proving his expertise there. And Jaros, one issue for our Terran, just unable to scout in time. Heartbreaking stuff there for Jaros. If he only saw what was going on onto his opponent's base, which was nothing, then he could have been able to tell that something was amiss. But Marsman moves on to the grand finals. As we said, this guy is looking to prove himself yet again into another tournament, and Project Chaos Esports is another stop for this man here in the October Invasion. Jaros, though, not out of the running as of yet. Double elimination means he will face off against the runner-up last time, Killer Mon Yas, in the lower bracket final. So we have our first finalist. Congratulations there to Marsman, and we'll see our lower bracket finals in just a few. But we'll be right back, guys. Tune on in and stick around. This is the October Invasion from Project Chaos Esports. So welcome back, guys, and can you say rematch for the lower bracket finals because we are gonna be getting into a blast from the past. I'm gonna check my calendar real quick. Oh, it's October, it's not September. So we are seeing our players from the finals from the September challenge do battle yet again. Kilamonyas versus Jeros. This time though, it's not about seeing who wins or who gets the runner-up spot. No, it's about who will face off against our dominant Protoss there in the upper bracket, Marsman himself. So, as of yet, we've seen some great games back to back between our last two series. We saw an amazing set there between our two Spanish players, Kilmonias and Fate 2-1. And then we also saw the same thing between Marsman and Jeros 2-1. But we are getting straight into the game, right? We are going straight into Yaganata. And even though we had some long breaks before, this time it isn't going to be the case. It's straight into the matches, straight into the fun. And you are tuning on in here at the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. Don't forget, guys, we got 10 euros to give away for our two streams, Facebook as well as Twitch. Quick little FYI, that's Blizzard balance for you all to make sure that you can get some of the last remaining skins from the StarCraft 2 scene. I want to cry already. No more new skins? I honestly thought we would get the whole legacy package there for SC2, not gonna lie. Like, I have the workers, I have the buildings, could have been all the other buildings, but hey, it is what it is, and at least we are here to be passionate about our game. But hey, enough is enough. Let's get into Yaganata. Introducing first, on the southwest side of Yaganata LE. Oh no. Okay, I honestly thought it was me DC'd for a little bit there because I am all the way from Asia. Anyway, introducing first, here on the southwest side of Yaganata LE, the man who flashed the DC real quick, the man looking to make back to the grand finals and get a rematch against our first finalist there. He's on the Yellow Terran, and his name is Jeros. And his opponent, here on the top right of Yaganata LE, he is on that orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. He won out that Civil War right there again versus Fate, and now he is in our top 3. But seems like something might have to be done here by Kilamonyas to really bridge the gap against Jeros, because last time these guys met, well, it really was Jeros' show to control. Terran gameplay absolutely on point. 3-2 though, the scoreline itself. And it really could have been, it really was one of the closest games of all, but the biggest issue there between Jeros and Kilamonyas is when Jeros took control, it was just his ball to run. It was just his show, it was just his answers every single time. And it really felt like that Kilamonyas just needed to bridge a little bit more of that gap to make it through. For now though, here we go with Jeros setting up the natural. Kilamonyas gonna be doing the same thing. No proxy whatsoever from both of our players, but Killer Monyas might think about it by sending this probe all the way to the west side. No, never mind. He says, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's not my style. It's not what I'm gonna do. And he is just gonna be going for the Cyber Core and be getting that gateway. And here we go again in another TVP matchup. So we've been getting TVP over and over and over again. We're not done yet though. And if Killer Monyas actually wins it, we'll be seeing PvP instead in the grand finals. Chrono Boost is going to be there though. Stalker is going to get warped on in. Here we go right now with the probes also, at the very least, getting production on. And a Twilight Cancel here for Kilomonyas to pretty much rush that link as per usual. Reaper though, going to get caught out immediately by the ramp itself, by the jump points for the Reaper. And Kilomonyas is the one going down the ramp. And hey, he says hello to the Reaper, again trying to get that intel. So what does Jeros see? Absolutely nothing. Last time, in this map, literally a game ago, he lost it out because of his lack of scouting. This time though, he's making sure that the Reaper can get all the intel that he can, and he is desperate to find that information here and now. Wants to pass through the Stalker, it's just on patrol. What's the bomb right now to get in the way? And seems like for Jeros, he realizes that maybe, just maybe, he can go for the jump point. But Killer Monyas also knows this again. And I like the mind games right now that Killer Monyas is basically doing against Jeros. If that was the way that Jeros lost into the last game, making him paranoid, might actually mess up what Jairus is trying to do and make him play a little more defensively than he should. But he's going for the 1-1 setup right now. He will actually go for the medevac here as well as the Widow Mine. So drops might be in order for our Yellow Terran. Double pumping out some reactor Marines as well. And onto the west side, puts a supply depot just for good measure to get that intel. And speaking of intel right now, it seems like the Reaper has finally infiltrated. And Jaros actually get a good number of probes there for the price of that one Reaper eventually. Killer Monyas slipping up, letting Jaros do what he wants. And with that confidence, Jaros can do whatever the hell he wants truly and more. Sees the base up and running, knows the road facility as well as the Twilight Castle are there. And in terms of timings, nothing is amiss, so he shouldn't be wary of anything coming his way from any other flank. In the meantime though, let's see what this medevac is going to be up to. Has Widow Mines on the inside, some good drops into play, can actually make a bit of a difference here and now. And in a case like this, we'll find out if this is going to be high time to get the drops yet again. We'll see right now if these mines can get some damage. They burrow on in. They try to get lock on onto the assimilated probes, but it's just not happening. Jera so leaving these ones to go for the shot, and that is going to be a Stalker going down as well as one probe. Not the worst value there for Jaros, not gonna lie, but Kilamon Yas able to answer back in time and prevent a critical blow from happening on his main base. Still not bad whatsoever. Kilamon Yas also confident enough to get that third, expanding safely on the north side of the map and putting a pylon down for good measure. Just wants to have somewhere to reinforce if need be. But Jaros in the meantime, he is on that Sec Lab, sure, but he's getting the Raven. Stim back time is in order here for Jaros as well. Can go for the push with a good number of Marines here and now. And really proves that both of these players can actually play well against one another. We saw the 3-2 last time, and we are going to be looking to anticipate a 2-1 yet again. Question is though, who will be the one to take the match? Or can someone surprise us and go for the sweep instead? It's all about that fire, it's all about that hunger, and right now I hunger for more action between our two players. Still, Kilamon Yas scouting around with the Phoenix there, hallucination and all, and Jaros just doesn't care. He leaves it up on top, he knows that his opponent knows he's moving on out. He even sees the salvage happening onto it, so Jaros is now playing the aggressor here and now. A good number of Marines on the march. The timing here for Jaros should be when he is ready with the upgrades. All of his units will be in position to use the stim pack, to use the combat shield, to use the +1, and get the other reinforcements in tow. But Killer Monyas answering back in kind. He's sending out the Stalker Brigade just in case to maybe poke and prod his opponent, but he has to be very careful because there's a good number of units into play. Interesting blink. Seems like Killer Monyas microwaving that one a little bit mistakenly. But it doesn't matter because Jaros is still on the hunt, trying to reach to that high ground. Good turnabout there from Killer Monyas, using the acceleration zones to his advantage. And gotta go fast, getting even faster and faster and faster so far. Right now though, both of our players using these zones to their advantage. And I gotta say, for Jaros, it really is just about him getting in the middle of the map and getting all the control he can and more. If he can take control of the speed zones, then hey, he might be able to accelerate past wherever the Stalkers are trying to blink. And right now, they are able to just cut off whatever these Stalkers are trying to do. One Marauder versus the world will be going on down. Colossus is there with the mine still getting the burrow on. And basically, these things are trying to protect the backline there. And then, Jaros going in a bit of a bad spot. He cannot really decide where to commit. Eventually, though, he goes after the Stalkers. But here we go again with the bulk. And the Colossus actually going to go on down. Seems like for Jaros right now, that's a perfect pickup. Interference matrix going to be even bigger. And two Colossi both go down. Jaros right now is in a good spot out of nowhere. Kilamon Yas forcing his opponent to hesitate, to himself hesitating. You can see this army dissipate, and Jaros should be able to get the cleanup, and this might be a 21 army versus 62. Third base basically getting shutting down. This is a beautiful timing attack here from Jaros so far. Kilamon Yas getting turned into mincemeat instead. And just a big amount of Widow Mines there, getting the harassment on, making sure that the positioning is in favor of Jaros, and he will shut down this third base and more. I really gotta say it was not a bad idea with the Stalker Brigade, especially with Blink and So. But unfortunately there, for Kilamon Yas, losing the Colossi is the one thing you don't want to happen to yourself, and it happened not just once, but twice. Good catches here from Jaros. He's just pressuring his opponent onto natural wall. Marauders, Marines into play. Stimpack can be there as well. It's high time to see more and more of the shots here from our infantry. Concussive Shell is available as well. The slower felt really helping out to catch out these stalkers trying to get the hell away. And without them popping those blinks, you already know who's gonna be in trouble. Here comes the push in again. Jaros with the step back has to be careful right now with his HP because of the energy as well as the splash damage from the Colossus itself. But it doesn't matter because Jaros right now going over to the high ground. And here we go again. The battle will continue. The battle is not gonna be lost whatsoever for Jaros. Killer Monyas needs to survive, but this main base is getting torn apart already in the mineral line. And you can see the worker count is getting bigger and bigger for Jaros. Step back though, none of you stop yet again, trying to get back in position. Here we go with Marauders trying to climb on up, and we'll be able to get the medevac hopefully forward though to catch out a number of these medevacs again. And still, Jaros will not let up whatsoever. Marauders aren't be there. We will see all of these units trying to converge against one another, and Jaros right now keeping on the heels on some Marines and Marauders, but eventually the overwhelming amount of stock will shut this down. And we see it again. One player will hold, but the other one has such a big worker lead that we might see an all-in again. Okay, Jaros. Now, you won the fight, basically, even though you weren't able to kill your opponents, and you were able to get a lot of value shutting down those workers for the price of Marines and Marauders. But what is a factory doing here? Mr. Factory, where are you going? Why are you here? Why are you here, Mr. Factory? This is what happens when you bring a factory to a alien warfare fight, right? And that's just not gonna fly. And speaking of that one, it just falls on down. Must be a little bit of mismacro there from Jaros. Going for a big square to catch something, and then suddenly, oops, I got factory. And it seems like our Terran does not have a factory anymore. Pretty sad. That's actually pretty sad. He doesn't have a factory anymore. So no extra with the mine's gonna be in his favor so far. But with the amount of Marines and Marauders he's bringing, I don't think it really matters. Because Killer Monyas losing out a big number of his army again. Stalkers do go down. Here we go again with the warp cycle. Sees the Artosis pile on, and goodbye to production. Goodbye to whatever you want to do, Mr. Killer Monyas, because Jaros is knocking your doorstep and looking to shut everything down. Nova also gonna get avoided. The Vikings right now facing off against the Stalkers. There we go with the drop micro though. Yet again, here from Jaros really saving the day for his units. And it really is just Jaros in complete control of this game. 67 army versus 20. Another base getting hampered, gonna get taken down. And this is just high time for Jaros to move on in with a 1-0 lead. Killer Monyas will call GG, and Jaros will take the first game here in the lower bracket finals. Good game yet again. We see Jaros prove himself to be the one to make it to the grand finals, but can he keep it up against Killer Monyas? Because Killer Monyas, this guy is absolutely gritty. This guy is always saying that he will not give up, he will never surrender. And from what we've seen from his play so far last month as well as this week, it really is about Killer Monyas looking for another map to answer back. So our second map here will be Submarine LE. And the last time I believe we saw Killer Monyas on a map like this, he was just like, hey, screw it. I'm gonna go proxy robo and I'm gonna defend as much as possible. Smallest map in the pool. Seems like both of our players though gonna be ready to go in this game. PVT time yet again between Killer Monyas as well as Jaros. Gotta say though, the man from Ukraine, he is just proven to us why he was the champion from last time. Why he's looking for another dates in the grand finals. Why he's looking for revenge against Marsman. With a performance like that, and with the scouting that he needed, he took advantage, and he got to take that. Killer Monyas, though, in the meantime, good answers here and there, but losing critical units, just really the clincher. Submarine LE, though, smaller map, might be a little easier for him to navigate, and we will see how this one is gonna happen. But my oh my, all those with the mines a while ago, packing in the punch, and that was just that. We'll see, though, if it is going to be the same case, because here we go again, introducing first. On the top left, he is a map ahead, and he just needs to win this map to move over to the grand finals. He is your Yellow Terran, and his name is Jaros. In the meantime, here on the bottom right, we got our Orange Protoss looking to survive. He already took down his friend, his buddy, his pal, just to make it here. But will that sacrifice not be enough against a power on the other end? But hey, this guy is scrappy. This guy knows how to fight for his life and more. And we'll see if he can do it again. His name is Killer Monyas. EESC versus HBGS. 4-letter acronyms. Can't go wrong with that. And the Harbinger's Terran right there, looking to prove himself against the EESC Protoss here of Killer Monyas. I'd remember the full name of EESC, but unfortunately it's in Spanish, so I do have to Google it every single time, as it is the Escuela Española de StarCraft 2. These guys have been such a big foundation of the StarCraft 2 scene in Spain. 2016, Legacy of the Void, and all the like, making sure the sustainability of the scene is something to keep an eye out. Hosting tournaments here and there, making sure the players have a good mark for the EU scene. And you know, it's just a really, really solid setup we've been seeing so far, especially with representatives like Killer Monyas as well as Fate. But look at that, Jaros. After dueling so many times with Marsman on the worker count, it seems like Jaros is bringing us a little bit more, a +1 on the worker side, because from what we saw, he lifted at the supply depot and put it down in front of his own SCV. I like those small little plays. It doesn't matter in the long run, but it just really goes to show how hard these players are really trying to win in StarCraft 2. And here we go, we got see Killer Monyas yet again setting up in a very defensive manner. Gateway, Pylon, Cybercore, all on the south side. And the thing about it here is Killer Monyas is not covering up the Reaper parts of the map. Why is that the case? Because this is submarine. Does it matter? Not really, because he can just move over to the natural, hop on in there. Instead, Killer Monyas going for the Stalker Chrono Boost just to make sure that he can defend. But Jaros right now is going to be in a good spot. Can he actually keep this probe alive? No, it's not going to happen. Stalker, a little bit too late to the party. Beautiful rustitions here from Jaros to make it all the way through the diagonal. And, you know, that's just that. That's pretty much it. Thing to note here on Submarine is basically the path to the main base. You don't need to go here. It doesn't matter, right? Because it's set. There's a ramp here. There's a jump point here, right there. And then the ramp is just here. So why would he even bother doing something like that? Killer Monyas making sure that he can set up in a way that he's playing defensively. But you know what's unfortunate for him? Jaros is scouting. He's learned his lesson from the previous series, and he sees the rope facility at the right time. Mortal now gonna get warped on in. Of course, though, we will anticipate that Jaros will be on the defensive. He can't rely on the Reaper with the pistols just to break that one down. But our Terra needs to get ready. And with a factory into play, with a tech lab, it might be the best case in this scenario. For the time, though, of this one, it is Jaros fully loading up that bunker. Actually, it is gonna have one slot available. Maybe you can sit in there too with the Marines as well as the Reaper. If you guys are sitting in our stream, don't forget we have that €10 Blizzard Balance giveaway on Twitch as well as Facebook. For Twitch, exclamation point raffle as well as a follow is the way to go. In the meantime, for Facebook, like, share, comments. You are good with that one. Jaros right now throwing down that cluster bomb real quick, trying to get a little bit of the boop action. Killer Monyas knocking on his doorstep, be like, knock, 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 who's there? I'm here. And Warp Prism Micro gonna be essential for a man like this. Jaros, though, choosing to go for the Siege Tank rather than the Cyclone. So Killer Monyas might be able to take advantage of the lift on up to the map itself. Viking, though, in the meantime, trying to play defensively as well. Immortal and the Stalkers looking to shut down the supply depot. And a really good call there from Killer Monyas. Jaros now is supply block. He might have to go for the call supply just in case. But that's also going to be a problem if Killer Monyas decides to shoot that one down instead. Siege Tank, though, set up. A bit of a stalemate here for both of our players. Will that be enough here for Jaros? In terms of the defensive, seems like it's not the case because Killer Monyas is bringing in the Warp Prism and he's going into the back line. It's high time to see what this one is going to be all about. And this refinery is going to get blown to bits. So Killer Monyas, at the very least, trying to get a few shots here and there on the outskirts of the bases of Jaros. And even though this is more of like a nuisance rather than anything substantial, Jaros will be a little later on the gas, Jaros will be a little later on the barracks timings, and it's going to help out a lot for Monyas to overrun his opponent in the long run. As of yet, though, Robo Facility is going to be added on by not a second one or a Robo Bay. It's straight into Dark Shrine. Now, interesting call here from Killer Monyas. Jaros has 2 orbital commands, and here on Submarine, in a map like this, even though the DFTs can navigate very quickly from one base to the other, the scans themselves can get a lot of areas. So, Killer Monyas has to be very careful with these assassins, as there we go with our Protoss player actually shutting down that Viking immediately. So in the meantime, setting up his 3 racks again, and eventually we will be seeing Jairus go back to his standards, go back to his roots, and go back to what worked out in the last game. Now, the interesting call here, though, is Jairus is not going after the robo facility as of yet. He has let it be, let it stay, and right now he's just heavily focused on defending against his opponent. Because here we are already with the GT, getting in position, and even though that it is going to be some good damage there and then, the problem is the siege tank was shooting, and the SCVs were blown up by their own teammates. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker right there, but here we go again with the DPs right now getting back in position. Missile turret though has that intel, has that zone radius, and there's just an Archon warp in behind into a recall. What the call there from Killer Monyas? He's just like, I'm gonna Archon warp this, and you can't do anything about it because I'm gonna call it home even. I like the play, you know? I like the play. Warp into recall. You're not wasting any time. It's gonna get stunned up anyway. And might as well, right? Might as well make it happen. Interesting to note though that Killer Monyas as of yet does not have the Blink Stalker. And with that being said, you can see the punishment. Liberator already getting 18 kills of all of this. We saw the fancy footwork there from the side of Killer Monyas trying to deal with Jaros, but in the end, it's that Liberator getting so much value in the first place. Shutting down this main base, really hurting Killer Monyas where it counts, and this is where Jaros can really run away with it. Double the army count, almost double the workers, and this is absolute desperation time here from Killer Monyas. But Jaros is knocking on the doorstep of the grand finals. He's knocking to make sure that someone is going to be calling home, and it will be him looking to meet up with Marsman yet again. Killer Monyas in the meantime trying to defend with the Immortal, but it really goes to show when you let your opponent do what they want and you can still answer back, you already have your own plan, you already have your own actions, and this is going to be it. Jaros forming up the concave. Charge slots now into the fray. Medivacs keeping the healing. Reinforcements going to be arriving. Battery overcharges there that he try and survive, but it doesn't matter because we hear the shot cannon singing on this one, and Killer Monyas will call it GG. Jaros defending, Jaros attacking, and Jaros moving on to the grand finals with a 2-0 sweep against Killer Monyas. Well played there by Artseren. We get another TVP in the grand finals. And I gotta say, I like the plans there from Killer Monyas. Seems like, though, committing a little too heavily in what he was trying to do with those DTs, didn't get the upgrades that he usually plays on, and Jaros takes advantage of that, decimates, and just annihilates the mineral line there of the main base. And how many kills that Liberator have? 19, 20? Just out of nowhere, getting the shutdown. You know, sometimes I wish there was a setting there in StarCraft 2 to just split the action, see two sides at once. You see that in higher prod, but I just want to see that in my own kind of games, you know, replay viewer and all the like. But my oh my, both sides trying to go for the drops, or at least going from that air harassment in a way. And in the end, it was Jaros making it happen with the Liberator completely unanswered. So there you go, guys. We will be going on a break. It is grand finals time, and we will be right back here at the Project Chaos Esports October Invasion. It's not a mirror matchup, rather. It is going to be a rematch between Marsman as well as Jaros. We'll see how this one's going to go again, and we will be right back in just a bit.
Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors.
So, hello guys, and welcome back. It's time for the October Invasion Grand Finals. We're finally here. We finally made it, ladies and gents, and I cannot wait to see what this one is gonna be all about. Jeros versus Marsman, Take Two Electric Boogaloo, and we will see the rematch of a series that had so much promise in the upper bracket semifinals. I'm Dax, and hey, our first map is already ready. Romanticide LE. Good to go for map numero uno. When we look into a map like this, though, it is just going to be all about that space to go for the expansions, try to see what kind of gameplay we'll get from Protoss and Terran. Yet again, though, drops pretty essential, or at the very least, mobilization. Using those air units really so effective in a pinch in maps like this. When I think about it though, Romanticide LE, I told the story a while ago, but I was able to cast a game on this map way before once map in the initial iterations of it, really proving that eventually some of your favorite maps in the Team Liquid map contest do show up in the ladder pool, and this is just gonna be one of them for me. But here we go again! It's time for the Netherlands to face off against Ukraine in the grand finals here in the October Invasion. And if you guys are just tuning on in, well, perfect time because this is the best of 5. If you are also tuning on in, check out our giveaways. 10 euro Blizzard balance codes are being given to the Facebook as well as Twitch streams. One €10 euro one for Twitch, one €10 one for Facebook. And on Twitch, all you gotta do, follow that stream, type in !raffle, and you can be into that one. In the meantime, for Facebook, like, share, comment, and you are going to be able to be eligible at the same time. And here we are, grand finals time. 0-0, no advantages there from our upper bracket semifinalists. The only thing they get is they are sure in the money because with our 50 euro prize pool, 35 goes to our champion and 15 goes to our runner-up. Introducing first, here on the top left of Romanticide LE, it is your Yellow Terran clawing his way back to the grand finals from the lower bracket. His name is Jeros. And his opponent just dominating yet again, staying onto the high ground, staying in that upper bracket, only dropping one map against his opponents, which was Jeros himself. He is here on his red Protoss and is looking to prove himself in the October Invasion. His name is Marsman. Now, yet again, we talk a little bit about Marsman and Jeros, top players in their respective countries, within the top 10, that's for sure. And what we see from Marsman really is he might be a favorite with all of his experience from what we've seen so far in the EU scene. IEM Catalyst, gonna be something he has been able to play in some championships here and there on the weekly side. And his 2019 was good, his 2020 even better. On the other side though, Jeros for him, he hasn't had the best 2020. I gotta say it was more quiet rather than anything else. He did win out though, the September Challenge last time, so he has that under his belt. But when you look at his 2019 compared to 2020, it's a little bit on the downturn. It's completely the opposite way of Marsman. And if Jeros is able to make it a back-to-back championship though, then you can really see that this is the start of something new for Jeros for this year. He's going for the racks, he's going for the reactor, factory gonna be built as well. We have the bunker, we have the CC. So a very defensive opening here for Jeros so far. Marsman in the meantime, always respecting Reaper pushes, always respecting these Reaper angles, and he's already getting in the way with the gateway, the cybercore, and the pylon. I remember last time we saw this map, we saw Jeros plop some racks here and just call it a day with Reapers jumping up and up and up and up from the low ground to destroy his opponent, Fate. For now though, it is an adept here from Marsman. He's one of the few Protoss players that we've seen so far in this tournament actually play the adept. I think he's the only one who's actually whipped out the adept in the early game in the first place here in our bracket. But hey, these things can be nimble, can be quick, can be pesky. And I, for one, am a sucker for a beautiful glaive opening set up really well. In any case though, it is time right now for our grand finals to come to a head. And really appreciate you guys' support and your love. It's been a fun setup so far. It's been a fun session. And right now, the October Invasion is gonna get a little bit more dicey with this proxy starport. Medivac gonna be going online here for Jeros. It'll be interesting to see what else he'll be queuing up there and then. But Marsman, in the meantime, triple adepts are into play. International perhaps we go. These Hellions though are gonna be on the march. And they are really trying to find an angle here and there. Interesting, this one Hellion is already quite low. And when you think about a map like this, you do need to check those nooks and crannies just in case. Speaking of nook and cranny though, on the west side, Arco Angels Gaming's own Marsman decided to go for the recall instead. And a beautiful scout with the Phoenix, catching out the Phoenix. Here we go with the afterburners right now. But can the Medivac tank this one? 8 HP per shot. It's time to drop these Hellions down, and the Swarm is here from the side of the Protoss. Graviton beams are also gonna get the answer. And for Marsman, the Phoenix control and the Phoenix timings are just so sublime. He went into the Adepts as well as the Stargate right there. The Phoenix is back into the action. We see a few probes lose out, but in the end, it's the Hellions that all fall apart. And Jairus is now down on the work account. Big investment there from Jairus, just blows up in his face. And like I said before in the last series, you know what's a good complementary units to bring in the aggression with the Phoenix? It has to be Adepts. So we are seeing a mismatch of these two unit composition working together. Cyclone right now gonna get lifted just to break the lock on and getting the hell out of there. And behind all of this, Marsman is not the type to be out for blood completely. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he uses the Adepts as well as the Phoenixes to buy time for himself to get it going with the Robo Bay. But for Jaros, at least he stations up that Starport yet again to set up here and now. Starport, meet Stargate. Stargate, meet Starport. And Jaros, meet Marsman, who's just hovering above your air production building. And as soon as this spawns, it is pretty much dead. Afterburners are into play, but Phoenixes are just so very quick. And if I were me, if I was me, I'd probably cancel. But Marsman just needed one more shot. Apparently, that medevac will be able to stay alive for a little bit more. But one more strafing run should do it. Lock on though, will get one Phoenix back. And Marsman, he's gotta be killing himself after that one. He just needed one more shot, and the Cyclone will punish him for one more Phoenix. So this is pretty funny stuff that we see both sides desperate to get a pick off on one another. Jairus, though, in the meantime, lock on this time, not gonna be able to make it happen because the rocks are just in the way. And here comes the push. One SCV to go for the repair. It's gonna be high time to see if Jairus can actually siege up to the high ground here and now. And for the time being, it's gonna be the Cyclone looking for a little bit more. Force fields are gonna be there. Jairus bringing in the SCVs here and now. It might actually just be so many SCVs to really tag things up in the first place. Cancels are gonna be in order. Bunker rush gonna be the way to go. As of the moment. Oh, Marsman asking for a pause because this is just gonna be everything in front of him waiting to dominate the action. An interesting call at an interesting time. Marsman right now is gonna have this Colossus up the ramp. Phoenixes are there as well. And hey, it's been a while since we've seen a pause in a game like this. So let's look at the battlefight round real quick, guys. It's a good concave here for Jaros. I think this is the first time we're gonna be able to analyze a fight because of a pause. It's like, hey, look at his positioning. Perfect time though for Marsman, in all honesty, because he has that high ground vision. He has that aerial vision. He sees what else is happening right now. And something to also note, he has a third base in behind. So he knows exactly what's going on. Seems like though he really needed that micro in terms of, well, the latency in itself. So here we are, back into the game, and Jaros is still pulling up his concave, but Marsman now looking for the counterattack. SCV's gonna be out the front. Beautiful liftoffs though on the siege stacks, and there we do see the Marines are shooting upwards to get rid of that one. Support the unit, not gonna be able to stand the test of time for this Colossus is getting so much value. 15 kills and counting. The problem right now with the bunkers is it doesn't matter if even though they're up, there's nothing to go on the inside. This is going to be the loss of dimension falling on down. Jared still with the advantage. He has such a big army count so far, and he is just bringing in the hurt, looking to get the shutdown again and again and again. Lone Disruptor not going to be able to make it happen, and that is going to be that. The GG is called, and Jairus will take a map away from Marsman again. Takes the 1-0 lead here in the Grand Finals. A little awkward on the pause, but it really was just a little too much overwhelming numbers yet again from Jairus against Marsman. Same old thing that beat him in the first map in their semifinals. It was just Jairus having everything he needed and more. In terms of the numbers, in terms of the quantity, and hatching out the Colossus, who was an absolute hero, by the way, to really wrap it all up there. Hero Colossus couldn't survive for long enough. And in the end, that was victory right there for Jairus. He is hungry for the back-to-back win. He's hungry for the back-to-back championship. And the question is, can he do it now with a 1-0 lead? But Marsman is a man you can never count out because this guy, he is impressive to say the least. From what we've seen so far from him in the semifinals, is he just finds these answers. He just finds something a little bit different to really bring in the hurt against Jaros. But that time, Jaros having the right ideas and having the right calls at the right time, getting the Cyclones, dealing with the Phoenixes there, and eventually, it was just him defending long enough to get the numbers that he needed and survive to destroy his opponent. So good learning experience there from Jaros. He is good to go for this series. And the question is now, what is Marsman gonna do? Will we get the Blink Stalker into the Robo Bay units yet again? What kind of plan that Marsman have to equalize the odds? 1-0 in favor of Jaros. And this is what the grand finals is all about. Here we go again though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what this one is gonna be bringing us. Because introducing first, he is one map ahead. He is on the top left, and he is your Yellow Terran. His name is Jaros. And his opponent, here on the southeast side, he's on that Red Protoss. He's the one who came in from the upper bracket, but right now, he's down the map and looking for a little bit of that comeuppance. Can he do it? His name is Marsman. Archangel Gaming versus Harbingers here and now. We'll see what this one's gonna be all about between Marsman and Jaros yet again. So for Marsman though, doing it a little bit different. He is going to be setting up in a way that is more defensive, geared to his main base rather than getting in the way of the Reaper ramp. And in a case like this, he is also going to be scouting around on map Lightshade. Oh, Lightshade, look at that rich Vespine on the inside. But looking at Lightshade yet again, Acropolis Simulacra buys first base, second base, third base, all lined up. You can even go for a fourth if you really want to go on the low ground. And in a case like this, looking at Lightshade, apparently it's not a... You'd think it's like a jungle or something, a sciencey jungle. Apparently, it feels like it's a encaged area. So what is being tested here? What are our subjects? Are our subjects actually Marsman as well as Jaros? Dun dun dun. But hey, it's just PvT time. We look at the StarCraft. We already subject them to so many different things, and you know, it's just whoever has the better control in the first place. But here we are yet again, Marsman though, setting up the proxy pylon, and it worked last time in their semi-final series. Will it work again to make sure that Jaros cannot stand the test of time in the test of units coming his way? In a case like this though, Reaper right now gonna be going on down. This is gonna be Jaros scouting on around. The probe, does it get spotted? No, it doesn't. So Marsman gonna be able to get away scot-free so far. Proxy Stargate gonna be in order here. Get over to that main base and destroy everything coming its way. Factory though in the meantime for Jaros. So it's Rax into the command center, into the factory, into the bunker. A very tried and tested build here for Jaros. It's all about him gearing up to play the defense and build some tech units at the same time. Factory essential for so many things, and Pylon right now gonna be in the way of potential third for our Terran. So though for the time being, seems like the Reaper has been spotted, and whenever you see a Zealot early on in a TVP, you already know something is funky happening in this game. Adepto gonna be able to scout around that bunker. Zealot in the meantime is kind of left to his own devices. It's a tanky unit though, so at the very least it can stand there and look pretty cool. But in this case, this is the Adept right now trying to bust down the supply depot. The Zealot just shrugs it off and decides to go on through with only 20, 30, almost 40 damage in the first place. And now these two units are hammering on to the supply depot. This time though, compared to the last one, compared to the last time we saw the Proxy playing, this Hellion is going to be effective against both the Adept as well as Zealot if I could correctly. But the Proxy Void Ray is here, and it's high time to see if this laser beam can shut everything down. This is just all about the crystal shining on through. And have you ever seen a beautiful beam as beautiful as this? Marsman right now is getting value and more with a quick Void Ray out of nowhere. Jaros again on his toes, and Marsman right now with the Proxy Void Ray push with shield batteries online, unscouted, unmitigated, same old issue right there for Jaros. And you know these Void Rays, they're even better in this patch, so it really just goes to show that this has been something you really want to play in multiple matchups. It really feels like we are back 10 years ago, that Void Rays were the answer for everything. And in a setup like this is just Marsman right now tearing everything apart in front of him. Sure, that's a Viking. Look how quickly it gets melted. It's like a microwave waiting to happen. Cyclone, save case, go for the chase, get that last shot, and that is gonna be that. GG is called, and Marsman will tie it up with the proxy play. The Void Rays are on your plate, good sir, and you have to just take another to your grave. Well played again there by our two players, but Jaros falling out of it because of the folly that is known to be not getting the scout at the right time. Highly unfortunate because he was looking around, and if he only saw that probe there, could have made a difference. The shield batteries were what really kept those Voiders alive. Just the fact that they exist in the first place. It is going to be an issue for our Terran to deal with because those Voiders can just back off, get the shields that they needed, and they are fine and dandy there. So that's game number 2. And Jaros now picking our next map. It will be Pillars of Gold for our best of 5 set. But hey, gotta say though here from Marsman, I think he's realizing something. Jaros is an amazing player if you leave him alone, and he has some really solid builds and control. But there is one problem right now for Jaros, is he's not answering correctly against these cheeses, against these proxies. And in a case like this, Marsman might realize that the best answer is to do something really funky and put Jaros on his toes no matter what. It might be faster gains because of what Marsman is doing right now, and Jaros just needs to make sure that everything is seen. He might want to commit a little bit more on the scout because he's just not getting the right angles at the right time. We saw him pull it out once a while ago against Killermon Yas when he literally spotted out the robo facility trying to get back home. But he needs to check those nooks and crannies that he doesn't normally check. So this time, Pillars of Gold, a pretty straightforward map on the macro side. Question is though, can he do it here and now? Because this matchup is still underway. This is the October Invasion for Project Chaos Esports. We are seeing another great grand finals unfolding right in front of us. Introducing first though, man on a mission to make it a back-to-back championship. Lost it out to Proxy Void Race this time. Gonna be making sure that he's gonna not lose out to anything proxy related for the rest of the series. His name though is Jaros on the Yellow Terran. This time though, his opponent, he is on that red Protoss, and he brings in a different flavor here to the October Invasion. Every single time I see this guy, he's like, wonder what this guy is cooking up next on the list. He is your red Protoss, and his name is Marsman. So here we go again. Best of 5 still underway. A simulator now being built, and there we go with the gateway as well for Marsman. Jaros though in the meantime, Rax time to try and set things up. Refinery gonna be there as well, and the CC just getting every little bit of the SCV squeezed out in the first place. So standard stuff so far, and when you look back into those games, timing push there from Jaros. Game number 1 is the win. Proxy Void push from Marsman. Game number 2 is the win. We haven't really seen a sort of win wherein the strategy does fail. But hey, if you actually think about it, maybe that first game was how that worked, because we did see Jaros try to go for the Hellion drop. Just caught out by the Phoenixes, just answered back, but it really was just the whole timing push that has been the plan of action here for Jaros. Via ball control has been pretty solid for him so far, and the bunkers there to really help out just in case from that first game. But in a case like this, seems like Marsman's like, okay, why did you just open that door for me? I'm getting the hell out of there. I don't trust a door that opens in front of me when I know my opponent is just right behind it. So this is the pro backing on away. This is Marsman right now, also making sure that his setup is by the ramp yet again. Zealot though, gonna get warped on in, and Journeying Bay gets in the way. So Jaros right now being a pest as well. He's gonna be able to cancel this if need be. So a lone Zealot at very early here from Marsman. This time, not because of the cheese, but because of the annoying thing that has been set up in front of him. Jaros buying a lot of time right now. And at the very least, he's also going for the same tune that Marsman is doing so far in their games. In any case though, here we go again. And Rax right now gonna get lifted on up, might be going for the tech lab there for the early upgrade. But the bigger thing to note is Jaros is double pumping out Hellions to really bring in the hurt and bring in the flames. Now, this is a good idea from Jaros because every single time he forces Marsman to basically set up by the Reaper jump point rather than by the base itself, the Hellions now have not just one, but two entrance points. Shield battery though gonna be essential to keep these things alive, so Marsman already with the answer to begin with. Adept gonna be in play as well. One kill already for the Adept here. Might be able to get a second. 2 HP and a Dream onto the Hellion. Psionic transfer scouting on around. And one more shot can do it. Does get that takedown. The Adept will die for it, of course. But a good value trade there for Marsman because he's again bringing in the aggro. That's one thing Marsman is doing really, really well. He has one Adept, one Zealot, one Stalker, and he does so much with it. He even catches out another Hellion with that Zealot. This guy is really bringing the hurt. 3 kills over the Stalker. Now it's time for the Kite Fiesta. And Jaros looking to just run away from that one. One more slice though, might be able to get rid of the Hellion. And it's just so very sad to see this run in to die to the flames. Besides that fact, as we said, Marsman having some really good control overall. With his initial 3 units, he gets a lot more value than what you would normally expect. And in behind all of this, he plays standard and he goes for Blink on Twilight Council. So here we go again. It is time right now to see some more aggressive plays because these Hellions are really answering back whatever Marsman wants to do. Marsman just decides to bring in those units, but Jaros is there to defend again and again and again. And with these Hellions right now finally able to get the march over to the other side, seems like Jaros said that this worked a while ago, I'll try it again. It's Banshee Cloak time. Fortunately though for Jaros, even though he's scouting on ground, trying to see what's going on there on the high ground, he can't actually notice what's happening there. And Marsman in the meantime sets up his wall, so many buildings just in the way. Time has been bought on both sides, but in the end these Hellions cannot really do anything except just try to burn some of the structures in front. Both sides having some really good calls, both sides having really good answers, but right now, the right answer here might be the Banshee Cloak because Jaros is looking to get ready with it. He already has that first Banshee into play. Is it gonna get spotted out by Marsman anytime soon? No, he doesn't have any vision in the middle of the map, and this Observer is already on the hunt on the west side instead to allow Blink Stalkers to make it through. But with this Banshee into play, might be a game changer because this can force Marsman to play the defense instead. Pylon though, gonna spot out this Banshee. Here we go already, trying to get in position. And that is gonna be the pros pulled immediately, just saying, hey, hello world, I am here. Missiles right now for the warning shot. But since the shield battery is there, it isn't gonna happen really well here for Jaros. He's not gonna be able to get the takedown that he's looking for. And instead, he's looking around the map as the Observer now sees exactly what's going on the east side. So yet again, both sides just finding an answer for one another. Banshees right now spotted out again and again by the Observer. And speaking of the Observer, these things are built quickly. And right now, it is going to be a little bit more help here for Marsman to defend against Jaros and his Blink air units. His Cloak air units rather. Blink though in the meantime, going to be very helpful for Jaros here, for Marsman rather. As there you go already, Marsman is going to be blinking into Jaros' sidelines. Banshee's caught out. One will go down. Second one will be able to get away scot-free with a few of those turbines just burning on down. But Marsman again, doing the same old thing. Buys time with whatever he starts off with. Gets the Robo Bay up and running. And now we are just waiting for the Colossi to come and shine into this game. In the meantime though, Blink Stalkers, when microed correctly, they are a force to be reckoned with. And Marsman might want to be one of those players who can actually do that in the first place. Banshee though getting on away with the Blink, with the Cloak. Why am I mistaking Blink and Cloak together? But this is just gonna be the Blink here, not even used up because these Hellions just run in to die yet again. Scouting on around, the Hot Wheels gonna get burnt on up. And yet again, we see Marsman just knocking on his opponent's door. Knock knock, who's there? This is me with my Stalkers. This is me with my Stalkers too. It's not a joke, I'm literally outside your doorstep right now. And in a case like this, I gotta say for Marsman, he's in a really good spot. He's even on the work count right now. He's going for a third base, and he's denying Jaros from getting his third up and running with the amount of Stalkers just waiting for something to come. In the meantime, though, for Jaros, he has a good army. He actually has some really good fortifications, but he needs to decide to actually march on out. And as I say that, big opportunity here for Marsman. Here on Pillars of Gold, we say so many times that the drop advantage there for the Terran gonna be so essential, but it's even better with the Blink Stalkers. You can just hop in, hop out if need be, especially with the Observer getting that vision. But as we say that, beautiful scan there from Jairus knowing exactly what's happening. It seems like our Siege Tank takes apart one Stalker before everything else is said and done. But here we go again. It is Jairus right now, at the very least expanding accordingly. Going into a turret base setup, moving these siege tanks down. You can really see that if you take the low ground base from your main, you can actually reinforce so very quickly because it's such a small distance away to drop these things down. Medivac's, of course, one of the best units to do that. In the meantime, Marsman still scouting on the round. Third base secured though for both sides. Saturation gonna be on point. And it seems like right now between Marsman and Jairus, respect begets respect. It's all about getting the macro right now. It's all about getting as many of these resources as possible. In a case like this, well, Mule's gonna get dropped on down. Jairus again with a bit of that setup. And for Marsman, he does have the Twin Towers of Colossi ready to go again and again. Army count though is going in favor of Jairus, so we might see the same kind of sermons we saw in game number 1. But it's all about anticipation right now, and Marsman will answer back by cashing out the Marine scouting into the front there. Scando is in order. Now Jairus has an idea of what the bulk is in the first place. And in a case like this, well, it's time to see the warp cycles here for some lots to get into the fray. Charge lots right now, gonna be pretty effective in this push. Meantime though, Jairus forced to play back to the defensive. And we are seeing +1 online for both sides. All the upgrades though that Jairus likes is there. Stim Pack, Combat Shield, Concussive Shell, as well as the +1 on the infantry weapons. In the meantime though, can't say the same thing about Marsman. He has of course Warp Gate, he has that Thermal Lance, Charge Lot, Blink, and the +1. And it's fun to see both of these sides have every single tool that they need to shut each other down. In the case like this though, it seems like the numbers are still in favor of Jairus, and we are seeing this fireball get even bigger and bigger yet again. Feels like a Katamari waiting to happen. Jairus though already on the hunt, pushing on forward, but Marsman with Disruptor control, and he will get a big jump there, equalizing the odds immediately with one shot. And really is the big fight from the Disruptor yet again, getting that takedown. They're called Disruptors for a reason, guys, and that is just disruption at its finest. Purification Nova getting connection, and Marsman now with the advantage with one shot. Suicide unit doing all it can and more by that point, basically. Couldn't move and it did die, but dying for the cause is the way to go. And Marsman is on the hunt. Force fields are essential and absolutely massive. Optimal play there from Marsman. He is just pushing forward again and again. And right now, this is our Protoss on the hunt. This is why you get Disruptors alongside these Colossi, because you can make miracles like that. Big bomb yet again, GG called! And Marsman is a purifier waiting to happen. He takes the lead, 2-1 there. What a catch there, Marsman. What a catch. Jairus busy macroing around the base, sending these things in to the north side. But what happened? The Nova happened. And we are gonna see Marsman on match points in this best of 5. Takes the 2-1 lead. And it really was just such a back and forth from both of our players. But what happened there was we saw Jairus tried to do the same old thing he does every single time. But what happened? Nova happened. Disruptors happened. And catching these things mid-transition, beautiful spot there to drop down at Disruptor in the first place. And with the Nova, given it enough time to get in the way, very, very effective. Gotta say, that was just a clincher right there. You have a back and forth game, and then you see a moment just like that. You already know that it is an amazing time, an amazing sight, and amazing control there from Marsman. He is one win away from the crowning Jairus and becoming October Invasion Champion. But there's still a chance here for Jairus. The reverse sweep might happen for him. Just needs 2 though into this one. So a little bit of a streak there is all he needs to get back his crown. It went 5 gaps last time in the grand finals between Jairus as well as Kilamonias. Question is, will it happen here yet again? Because it's Oxide LE time. Interesting map, gotta say in terms of bases, it's the smallest one with only 6 for both sides. And they say it's a small map when you get rid of the rocks. It does feel a little longer though because you have to go for serpentine motion to go around and around and around. But gotta say, yeah, that It feels pretty tiny when you get down into it. But hey, it's time to get into this game, and this might be our last one, unless this guy we're gonna introduce can make a miracle and force out the game number 5. He is on the bottom left, and he is your yellow Terran. His name is Jaros, our defending champion, on the ropes this time. Can he do it and then do it again to make it back to back? But his opponent is a guy who can say that I am one of the best in the scene, and as of yet, he's proving to it, to us, and to the October Invasion. He is the red Protoss on the top right, and his name is Marsman. Stellar control with the disruptors. Gotta commend what he just did in the first place. And it was absolutely solid to watch, absolutely solid to check out. And what a call, what a way to get the answers at the right time. Very, very impressive there from Marsman. Disruptors, absolutely essential. And right now we are seeing standard gameplay from both sides yet again. Will we see Marsman though bring in the cheese and answer with a different kind of setup? Probe again, trying to be the hero, trying to be Rambo here, dealing with the SCVs. But Jaros in the meantime, just cycling these things around, looking for his same build for the 4th time in the row, and just have something very comfortable to try and win at in the best way he knows how. We've been live for 4 hours, guys, and I gotta say that this has been an amazing tournament run so far, especially since we got into the EESC Civil War Part 2, then we got the semis, then we got the lower bracket finals, and we are here in the grand finals right now. All these games have been up to their standards, up to par, and it has been an absolute solid time to be able to cast these for you. We're not done yet, you know, I'm talking about this kind of speech. Maybe this can be the last game, maybe it isn't. And I would love to see a game number 5 every single time. But Marsman, he says, I think he's done by this game 4. I think he wants to wrap this one up and move on to greener pastures and move on with a crown on his head. Jaros, though, in the meantime, setting up with the bunker, setting up with the factory, same old thing yet again. And the defensive nature here for Jaros really proves that he likes to go for timing attacks. He wants to make sure that everything is okay for him to do what he wants. And he does take preventative measures on it, like the bunkers, like the initial Hellions, initial Widow Mine draws, maybe some early aggression with the Marines, just to get the push that he has been looking for. Adepto gonna be in the way right now with the Reaper. Jaros also very hungry for that scouting because he's been trying to get all the intel in the world and more, looking to find some information, look to find the targets. And this is gonna be Jaros right now, going over to the east side as well. But Marsman, oh my, this man does not let up. And we have seen Jaros falter to something called the proxy. And right now, this is Dark Shrine time. DTs and a gateway. You already know that writing is on the wall. If you can't see it, you need some detection because you're gonna need to scan to answer that one. Wild Council is there though. And for Marsman, the only thing that Jaros might feel like a problem would be the fact that there feels like there's nothing there onto those 2 bases, but he doesn't see what's going on in the main base as of yet. He wants to bring in the Reaper as well as the Hellion to try and see what's coming, and Marsman trying to blockade, but there you go, Jaros right now getting onto the inside, and notices a big lack of everything from the Protoss. There's a Wild Council getting the research, sure, that's fine and dandy, but look at all this space. That's free real estate. And that's a bit of a problem right now because Jaros has to be on the hunt of whatever is to come. Orbital commands though are at least set up. There is no energy though, unfortunately, so he has to be very, very careful because it's DT time here and now. No Robo though for the War Prism. It's all about movement, and these things are ready to slice and dice their way to victory. Will we see Marsman cut through the shadows, cut through the veil, and plant a flag here on planet Earth to get the October Invasion done and out? Will he actually be invading, as his name might suggest? Especially, this is the October Invasion. But here we are, no scan available, and SCVs are dying. They're just getting their throats cut, their necks slit, their wrists are just bound and gagged, and there is just no surviving whatsoever. All of these SCVs and these wheels are just running away together. And Jairus right now just did not anticipate this again. He is 5 away from getting that energy. He's congregating all his units just to go for the surround if ever. And there we go. One scan to rule them all. One scan to bind them. The DT gets out of AoE. And the damage has been done. Marsman right now trying to do a little bit more. Raven finally gets online. But Jaros has to be careful again and again. If another DT has already infiltrated, it has 9 kills while we have been chasing around that other DT. And we have seen Marsman do things like this. Split up the attention, split up the focus, and do all he can and more. Jaros a while ago weeping down Philemon Yas with the split focus. And Marsman making it happen this time. But we are not done yet. This game is still continuing. Still for Marsman though, he will have a good vantage point to bring in his flavor of aggression. And now these Blink Stalkers are marching on to the natural. You can feel the irony right now that's happening again and again to Jaros. But Jaros is waiting for something to happen here. With a mine set up on the west side, is this gonna get scouted though by Marsman? Does he know what's coming? He doesn't have the vision up to the high ground, so he can't really commit onto the main base there. So though the shots are coming there, it's gonna be the Terrans right now trying to make a concave. The Marines trying to maximize that DPS, but it just isn't happening because the Blink Stalkers get the hell out of there in the first place. And Jaros right now still sticking on around by his ramp. Good Blink Micro though from Marsman, and he decides to get the hell out of there. Jaros though in the meantime building up more and more of these supply depots. And in a case like this is Jaros still trying to stick to his roots, trying to stick to his build. But the army advantage right now isn't as big as he would like. One thing Marsman can really do actually would be to shoot down this Raven and send in another DT. Because while the DT is a good unit, of course the detector will shut it down. And if Jaros does have a detector, he will save up energy for scans rather than these mules. These mules are the lifeblood of his resources right now. This is why he has a 300 mineral advantage over his opponent, because of those things dropping on down. And with more mules, it's an easy answer. You get more Marines and even more Marauders. Just right now getting back into the mass that he's been looking for. Marines, Medivacs, Marauders, the triple M build with the Raven. Maybe just to add an R for a hook there. But in the meantime, we see Marsman right now looking and hungry for a third base. Can he keep this up though? Does he have a Colossus in play already? Yes, he does, but he only has one. And as we say that, Jaros is on the hunt. He catches out a Stalker, forces out the Blink, and this is just going to be the chase being on yet again. Marsman though with a turnaround play. We've seen some good control so far from many of our players, but that wasn't a case of that because he loses another Stalker from the DPS of Jaros. And Jaros is just on the high ground right now, taking advantage, busting around the box. He's had enough, and he wants to go for the fight here and now. It's time to see if this is gonna work, because Jaros have brought in a number of SCVs again. This is gonna be another potential bunker setup here from our Terran, and he really is laying it all down to this bush. We'll see if it's gonna work out. We'll see if it's gonna be enough. We'll see if Jaros can take the win and force out of map number 5. But the Colossi are there to just watch them over. And when you see those imposing eyes keeping, well, an eye out, it is just laser beams abound in the first place. With the mines looking to set up, it's not gonna happen. Jaros though loading everyone in, and it's time to hightail it out of there onto the main base itself. Drop on down is there. With the mine gonna be into the mix. We see the Marines and Marauders right now trying to bring in the DPS. Where did the SCVs go? They completely disappeared after everything is all said and done. Seems like they might have backfallen out, but the drops are gonna be pretty good here from the side of Jaros. Interference Matrix now minimizing the DPS from the claw side. They can't shoot whatsoever, and this forces a good number of wipe cycles here from Marsman. Raven will go down, but here we go again. Jaros trying to go around and around and around, and it seems like an SCV is dealing with a smile on there, and then Force Field so gonna be in play. Jaros right now gonna get caught this time, and Marsman with the blink forward. Seems like the step back adrenaline is not gonna be there whatsoever anymore, and GG is called. The defense holds on. Marsman is your October Invasion champion, and he holds against the drops. He holds against the defending champion, and he will take the 35 euros in our 50 euro prize pool. What a set that was! And Marsman proving to be the superior player in many different aspects. Macro, micro, doing so many things, and he realizes the answer there against Jaros. Break his build and break his play. Very well played there from Marsman. Jaros, in the meantime, when it works, it is amazing. It is uncounterable. And we have seen this man make miracles with timings with Marines, with Marauders, with Bunkers, with Siege Tanks, with Medivacs, and with Ravens. But this time, the miracle does not happen for him. He will bow out. He will be our runner-up with 15 euros going to his name. Amazing stuff here in our 50 euro prize pool. And October Invasion successfully invaded by our Marsman. Well played. Well played indeed. And guys, we will be right back. We'll be drawing our winners for our giveaways, and stay tuned though if you are still hungry for that 10 euro Blizzard balance. It is going to be high time to say, well, goodbye very soon, but we'll be right back for a little bit more here in our October Invasion.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy. Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing.
My life for ire. After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming. Amon lives. You will see him soon. The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy. Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors. Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundalar. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be
So welcome back, guys, and what a tournament that was. But in the end, Marsman proving to be the invader there and winning out the whole October Invasion overall. What a great bracket, what a great match, and I love so many different things about it. Gotta say though, my favorite match had to be Killer Monyas versus Fate Take Two, and I hope to see Take Three very very soon. Well, into the next month rather. But Jaros and Marksman giving us an amazing set. They played 7 maps overall. 2-1 there in the semifinals and then 3-1 in the end for Morrisman to take the dub, take the biggest slice of the 50 euro prize pool. And it really goes to show that the level of competition here at Project Chaos Esports even getting better and better and better. Now, for our giveaway though, guys, congratulations to some of our initial winners. So how we're gonna do this time is we will be leaving you guys a message on the platform that you won in. So if you're Facebook, we'll be looking to message you, or at the very least, you can message us to see if you won it out for your Euro 10 Euro Blizzard Balance code. In the meantime, for Twitch, then it's gonna be a DM from Project Chaos Esports. The same kind of thing. You have 3 days to claim it. You guys need to respond to us. We need to make sure that hey, hello, you want to claim this? Do you want this? Do you really want to answer back to us? We'd appreciate it. And it's just our way to give back to the audience who's been giving our players and well our stream a chance, checking out what's been going on. And we thank you guys for tuning on in the first place. So on Twitch, our winner is Hemlock695. And on Facebook, we got George Hendrick B. Tabada. So Mr. Giohen gonna be our champions there for our 10 Euro Blizzard Balance giveaway. Congratulations again to Hemlock695 as well as George Hendrick B. Tabada. So Hemlock for Twitch and then George for Facebook. That's gonna be that though for our giveaways. You guys have 3 days to claim it, and hopefully you can claim it. Hopefully you can respond, and hopefully you enjoyed our session here in the October Invasion. Really good set. Having some greats like Marsman and Jaros really duke it out in the grand finals. A great way to cap it all off. And hey, we can see you guys the next month. I wonder what the next name it is. So we got the September challenge, we got the October invasion. Will be the November. I don't know. I don't got anything. The November, the November tussle, something like that. We'll figure it out. But it has been a really fun time here at Project Chaos Esports yet again. Big shout outs to moderators as well as the admins and producers and all the like here in PCE. And it has been a really great time to be able to cast for all of you here. It is 3:30 a.m. in my time. So that's pretty late, not gonna lie. It's been a really fun session though, and I'm glad I was able to stay up for these games all night because they were all worth the cast, all worth the wait, and all worth checking out. And I cannot wait to see what next month has in store for Project Chaos Esports. I've been Dax, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for tuning on in to the October Invasion.